does help if I do the volume, doesn't it? Well, welcome in the Crow's Nest. My name is Brandon Kane. Thank you for joining us. We're going to be doing some reacting today here to the live game of the Yankees here out on the East Coast, trying to even up this series against the New York Yankees as they were unsuccessful in the first game set. Marco Gonzalez getting banged around just a tidbit. He did what he could in that game. Of course, the bullpen is mightily taxed coming into that game, and even still more so. So we definitely are hoping here maybe we can just kind of salvage through this series. But because of course, as I've said, you get down to the back end of the schedule into the deeper half of August, September, especially the last, say, 14, 15 games of the season, all very winnable games. So just kind of surviving through here to keep our head above water until we can get to the other side of it would be definitely nice. Would be nice. We did add a couple of guys here at the trade deadline today. Nobody that I would say is a substantial addition necessarily, but a couple of guys that are just, they'll help you out here, they'll help you out there. It certainly is, it's added ammunition as we are needing right now, which is certainly very important. The first guy up on there that we have added here is Jake Lamb, or not the first guy, there's three guys in total, but Jake Lamb is one of them. He is a first baseman and left fielder, so he provides you a little bit of flexibility there in that respect. Not, again, a guy that's a prolific hitter or has been so. Certainly he is beyond his best days. He was very good at one time, but this guy that came into the league in 2014, so he's definitely banged around just a little bit. Hasn't been playing a considerable amount. If you look over probably the last 5-6 years, he's really been in more of a platoon type situation. Being left-hander, it's going to be hopefully strong against right-handers. So you can see a little bit of what Seattle's doing here and giving themselves some further flexibility, at least in the outfield, when they want to move on from, not having righty-righty matchups necessarily and being able to stack a little bit more of a left-handed look of things, so to speak. So understandable that they would peek in this direction and take a look at that. Didn't cost them a lot, like cash considerations, I believe, from the Dodgers, as he wasn't playing very, very often. Seattle also got Kurt Caselli from the Giants team, a guy that, again, catcher. You're not getting anything from Luis Torrens right now. You're really not. Unfortunately, I mean, the guy's got some talent there, but he just can't quite get it clicked in. And this has made you have to play Raleigh a significant portion, unfortunately, of these games this season. And you're definitely worried probably a little bit about him wearing down as you get a little bit later into this year. So Caselli gives him a little bit more of some opportunities to get a blow here or there. A little bit of breathing room, let's say, for Cal, so he can stay fresh as he gets to the back half of the season himself. Again, good move there. Seattle also traded for a left-hander. I'm trying to get the name up here I had posted, but they also traded for a left-hander. So we'll see if he's probably just going to be a guy that's an insurance guy there for the rotation, give them another arm. Certainly they're wanting to be very wary of that, which is understandable. Keep a relatively decent amount of guys out there that you're able to trot out that for most teams that aren't the Yankees or the Houston Astros can at least provide a little bit of difficulty. Zach the Potato says, can you be the White Sox new general manager? Oh, man. Hey, you guys will get back around there. Luckily, that division's wide open, Zach. You know what I mean? So even if your guys are down just a little bit right now, and, it's even more than just being smart general manager in this day and age. It's easier said thing than done, of course. Are we at 7:05 p.m. today? Why did I think that we were at... This game's like almost on, right? Should this game already be on? Am I just tripping? Thought I saw it said 4, but... Yeah. Oh, it's delayed. Okay. Like, am I taking crazy pills? So we got a little bit of a delay of game here. That's why we're on. But, as I saw through the years, Zach, and it became crystal clear to me watching my team, it really is baseball is a developmental sport. It's a sport that benefits from having guys with some continuity of having years coming through the minors, say nothing of their first couple of years together in the league. It gets you out of the habit of looking for the quick expenditure that you can make to bring in to solve issues that your farm system should actually be solving. And once you get to that point of really truly committing into it, then it can turn around. With Dipoto, he got the benefit of having so many general managers out ahead of him who were taking the quick approach. So he could come in and say, I'm going to take the long approach here, but you're going to have to be more patient with me because of it. You're going to have to be more willing than to look at this from a view of what are you going to do for me within 3 years and understand what am I going to do for you within 5 years? Because that's the timetable it's going to take to really get the farm system cooking to where the prospects are not only developing at the low end, mid-development, and guys about to shoot, if not already onto the roster, ready to take those steps forward. And that I think that all has to come together in totality a bit. And again, easier said than done, because much like all these rest of these sports, these general managers have a stopwatch that they're on from the second that they get the job, and that they are expected to get those results turned around, do whatever magic that they can provide. And again, when you're picking up sometimes an empty cupboard, and I don't know if I would say the White Sox have been necessarily emptied. I don't obviously have a large amount of understanding of what they're doing right now with their team. Look at what the White Sox general manager interviews say. I'll take a look at it, man. Look at what White general manager getting interview say. I'll take a look at him, yeah. See what he's saying. But that's that's the thing to look for, Zach, is that if you want to hope within it, is the next guy coming along. And sometimes they'll say it, but if he really not just says it passing over and says, we'll have a good farm system. We'll be very careful with free agents. We'll look to be aggressive in trades. But if he actually, instead of that, says, we're all about the farm system. We're all about putting into this. We're all about making sure that this is where we want to, build the base and the foundation of our team. And we will get to the other items when we get to them, but we need to first get this fixed and get this going. We saw the Astros do this 8-9 years ago. Remember, they had all those last place finishes, got the benefit of some high first round picks, hit on enough of them, developed through the rest of their other farm system. And they came up out of nowhere at that time because of it. Sector 7 says MLB cracked down on all the pirate streams, so now it's either you or radio, laughing out loud. Oh my gosh. Oh, geez. I'm sorry to hear that, Sector 7. It is definitely the way I saw it last season with football, because I'm a cord cutter, so I don't have that. And just how many different, you got to go to this app to get this game and then go over to this app to get that game. And it gets exhausting for some of these sports leagues in the way that they're having, the consumers have to be forced to consume the content. And we've got, finally, this game is going to become underway now. So let's see if there we go. So we got Adam Frazier up to the plate here. It's 1-0 is the count at the moment. Or 1, sorry. Frazier pops it up. That'll be an easy can of corn there. Easy can of corn. Well, I'll try to make my best Sector 7 of keeping you up on the play-by-play today. Ethan says, hey, what's up? What's up? Bit of rain delay. I wish we did a level or two higher on the offensive side of things. I can understand why they didn't. I mean, I'm with you. I would have been okay with them going a little bit harder with it, but I think that there's definitely some concern, even after that post-trade of Castillo, where you're Dipoto and you're going, my God, is everybody going to be in an ambulance by the end of this season? How aggressive do I want to be if I'm just adding a little bit of a snake bit situation going on here, between Julio and Ty, and you're still waiting on Hangier, and you just got back Lewis, and Haggerty's on the now one of the few guys actually hitting somewhat close to 300 when he's been in the lineup, and now he's out for a few days with some stuff, and we're going to get these guys back, but you're definitely going, man, we could use a break here as far as on the injury front. We need to get healthy to get the most out of this team this year, and if we don't, we're not going to have much of a chance even at the playoff position. Goyo Falcon says, man, the Padres lineup with their new additions are by far the best lineup in baseball. They look scary. I love that move by the Padres. Love it. People talking about the Braves and the Dodgers, and the Padres get forgotten about. Well, they've carefully kind of somewhat constructed a very viable team there here the last couple of years, just waiting to break through. And I love that addition for that lineup. It makes me automatically kind of root a little bit more for the Padres this year. Braves and Dodgers have been sort of the blue blood winners in that overall, if you take a given, let's say 30, 35-year period. And it'd be cool to see the Padres come up on that. All right, Winker's drawing a 3-1 count here. He's doing a very nice very nice job with patience here. Ooh, another ball low. Good job by Winker to draw an early walk there, not get too aggressive. Winker looking a little more stable on those feet. He definitely stepped on that bag about a week and a half ago or so. All right, Eugenio Suarez up to the plate. Seattle did get a left fielder, and I believe I thought a third baseman was the other thing. I got to double check again, not any big additions that we grabbed. Those guys will be at the most platoon/insurance situations. Eugenio hitting .231 with 16 home runs on the season and 52 RBIs. First pitch, low. Now, Talion, who is the Talion, I'm probably mispronouncing his name, but he's the starting pitcher for the Yankees today. Very similar to what you get out of Gilbert in their approach. Big difference here, though, is that he likes to go low in the zone. Gilbert likes to go high in the zone. All right, 1-0. Winker on first. Low again. Italian's struggling to find a little bit of the kneecaps in the strike zone. He's going to work low all day, so this is what you're going to see, a kind of pitch after pitch here. But especially once he gets runners on base, he's going to want to try to get a double play ball with that sinker. 2-0 count here to Suarez. Stay patient. Does not stay patient. Suarez gets to swinging. Sometimes the approach of these hitters is just ridiculous. Last batter just walked. You got a 2-0 count. Breaking ball. I understand if he's looking dead red fastball there, but that's a slider. You got to be patient. Got to stand. Come on, Eugenio. He goes back and forth. Sometimes he's really good with this. Sometimes he just gets super out of it. There we go. Back to taking. Ball 3. One out here for the Mariners. Eugenio pinwheeling the bat around. Sets it up on his shoulder and leans back. Dalen set. The delivery, knock foul, another slider. Eugenio's kind of struggling to get quite the timing on that slider here. All right, Eugenio's up here. We got 3-2 now. Important pitch. If he throws you another slider, let's see what he throws him here. If he goes, I'd go back to that slider if I was Talion. Swung on and hit deep down the line. Will this thing stay inside of the fair pole? Oh, it's far inside the fair pole. Cameraman psyched me out, and we got a home run. Eugenio Suarez put that ball out on the line with the laundry. That thing had almost just seemingly just right on a laser beam line. What a great swing there. What did he give him? And indeed, he came back again with that. I believe that's the slider, not the sinker there, and it just hung. And Eugenio got the big part of the barrel of the bat on the ball. Puts that deep into the seats. Woo! Boom is right, Ethan. Well, that feels good. Way to start this off. Santana comes up now. Holds off on the first pitch. 1-0. You got a pitcher struggling to find the zone. If he gives you something meaty, take that meat and put it on the barbecue. And Eugenio flipped over both sides of that sucker. Slider, strike. Nice pitch there by Italian. Ethan says we should walk Aaron Judge if DJ Mahayu, I can't say his name, gets on base. I wouldn't be against it. 1-1 pitch. High. 2-1. Zach says White Sox general manager guy did this after signing Tatis as an international free agent in 2015. The Sox traded him a year later for Padres pitcher James Shield. Oh, jeez. Shields was kind of long in the tooth even at that point, wasn't he? Santana hits it up. Will stay and play behind the plate. Catcher's under it, but he cannot quite get there. I mean, Shields was like 7-8 years in at that point, Zach, right? Tatis was such an awesome prospect, seemingly from the jump, too. I wonder what they saw in that year to not think that he was going to be it. Because he had such a quick climb through the ranks. James Kilmer says, talk about buy your way to World Series, Padres. Wow. Hey, it's a method of approach. It's worked in the past at times. So, and I can't hate them. I mean, can you hate the Padres when they're looking at the Dodgers doing the very same thing on their side of it? I can't. I go, all right, I gotta play with the big boys. I gotta bring out the big checkbook. Can't deride you for that. Carlos Santana's drawn a 3-2 count here with 1 out. Hits it down, and this is going to get out into left field. Easy play for the left fielder. I like Santana there at least trying to seemingly go a little bit with that pitch because he's been trying to recently yank that pitch over, and he just turns it over to the second base or the first base side when he does. Just a weak ground out. But he did seem to try to take that pitch a little bit more the other way. And he does it, not overly guessed. Gets to a 3-2 count. Very good job here. Winker, Eugenio, Santana. Nobody's getting too swing crazy here early on. As I've said, the biggest thing that this Mariner lineup can do to help themselves right now, yeah, they can hit better and all that stuff can be. The thing that they can control is just utilizing a little more patience at times. Good to see here out the gate. And Crawford takes first pitch strike. Knocks the second one out of play, 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Zach says, what do you think about the Cubs? They're, to me, should be a team that sits in full rebuild. They had their World Series run, and then they started offloading their guys, and now you're back into that state. I know I sound like a one size fits all with it, but it's, to me, you're either competing or you should be into the rebuilding state or you should be on your ascent. And I don't know if I put the Cubs right now quite at that ascent point. And I do go back to if you're not there, because to me, the worst place that you can get into a little bit in baseball is where the Mariners have been at times, many times over this last 20 years, my team. And that is that middling type state, 80, 82 wins on a year. Not bad enough to ever get a high enough pick where it's the consensus great player, right? Because the baseball first-round draft's always, even more so than the NBA, very much a crapshoot. And so I think that if you do get yourself into that stuck lane of things, I don't definitely follow the Cubs really super closely and look at their farm system necessarily. I'm just kind of getting back into really deep diving on this Mariner team, but I think you've got to ask yourself if you're in one of those different lanes as a general manager. And if you find yourself saying, well, we are more in the between lane right now. And then you start saying things like, but we got this guy, but this guy, you're in the in-between. I've always likened it to a whirlpool in a river. The river's still moving around you, but you're stuck in a certain spot going like this, and you're not making any progress down the river. And that's, again, why I'm a big advocate for this Mariner approach and what they've done, because we have built the farm system first step. Now we're on our ascent to get to the contending status. That's why I like it so much. But I'll try to take a little bit more look through this next offseason at some of these teams around the league and get a better idea of things. Goyo says with the new additions the Padres have, they should definitely take the Dodgers out. It'll make it a hell of a series. It's going to be a fun series to watch. Sector 7 says, finally found a stream in the last bastion of hope. Goyo says Mariner and Blue Jays are the wild cards. Yeah, that's why I'm not freaking out too much with these Astro and Yankee loss that we had. We're in the hardest part of our schedule of the whole season probably right now, coming on the back of this from going Astros, Rangers, who are at least they're one of those in-between teams I talk about. Then you got the Yankees. It's one of the tougher runs of this year. But you see the Red Sox falling back, and that's going to open the door a little bit wider from where it was, let's say, a month and a half ago. And Gilbert throws a first pitch, 96-mile-an-hour fastball on the inside black. He blacked up the inside of that part of the plate there. Lamayu. Swing and knocked high out of field. Ooh, excuse me. Let me get a water. What a rummy day. Didn't sleep great last night. Got an 0-2 count here now by Gilbert. Got that thing up to 98 miles an hour on that last pitch. Logan's last start against the Yankees saw him shutting him down for 7 innings. No runs. Throws that slider far down into the grass turf there. That one just a little overthrown. Avery Sutherland says, hey, Brandon, what do you think of these guys, of the guys we got today? Go Mariners. Solid additions. They're platoon players. You got a lefty out there to give you a little bit more, flexibility to play some of the matchups with that. This is knocked on the ground by DJ and thrown to first base. And I do agree with the sentiment in the chat. Some folks saying maybe we just walk Judge today. Like, let's not, I'm always a big advocate for don't let the best player in a lineup beat you. And if you have the ability to avoid him, do so. And I know this is against, you're putting Judge on to go to Rizzo, but Rizzo's going 229. I know Carpenter's having a resurgent year and all that, but then Donaldson's 218. Like, this lineup goes back and forth in its strength a little bit. It's got power all the way through. But Judge is I'm sure Logan's going to be a competitor and go at him. But 43 home runs leading the major leagues right now is Judge. And I like it. Gilbert comes out with a nice slider on the outside part of the plate. Let's do a little nibbling with him. Let's see if we can get him swinging a little bit here. Does he come back fastball like he did in the last batter then? He does indeed. And Judge fouls it out. 1-1. 0-2, sorry. Judge also hitting 300 on the year, 299. He's on pace for 68 home runs this year. Is that good? My cat just destroys my chair. You tell him. Bounce down the dirt. Well, this at-bat looks exactly like the first at-bat. Gets up 0-2, bounces a slider in the dirt, gets 1-2. Goodness, kitty, I hear you. All right, Logan with the wide. The delivery 1-2. Again, down in the dirt, 2-2. Ronald Matos. How you doing, Ronald? What's happening? Is the bottom of the inning yet? We are into the bottom of the inning. One man out. Ethan says, yeah, that's what the Giants and Red Sox trade line approach was this year. We are buying and selling. Big mistake. Pitch on the outside part of the plate, 2-2. 3-2. Jeez, sorry. All right, so Logan's being careful here. I like his carefulness. A walk is okay. And slider inside misses far inside, and they indeed do walk Judge. I understand that this is a dangerous sort of situation to do, but Judge is literally on pace for 68 home runs. He's having a year like almost no other, at least on the American League side. No reason to go at that guy. Not with the bases empty. Odd of the Yankees how they put him second in the lineup, but I guess, again, it's like what we did with Julio. You're just trying to get him more at-bats. Higher you put him up there. Anthony Rizzo now to the plate, hitting 229 on the year with 26 jacks and 65 RBIs. See if Logan can get himself a double play, get out of trouble. Here's the delivery. Knock foul. 98-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's good to see you, Ronald, though. And yeah, Ethan, the Sox and Giants both being in this buying and selling approach is a big mistake. Get with you, man. You gotta. It's hard enough to win the league without trying to hedge your bet, split the difference. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Have an approach, have a philosophy, have a direction, trust it, and go that direction. Pedal to the metal. Ball outside 1-1. And if you are showing those kind of trades, that's just what you're doing. Is you're going, we want to go for it, but let's buy a little insurance. Nope. Jump out the plane. There is no insurance in this. Jump out the plane. I think you can go the middle of the road and you'll stay a middle of the road team. I don't think you go middle of the road and turn yourself into something elite. All right. Gilbert little dicey here with the control at times here. He's missing, probably trying to be careful with these hitters in this lineup of the Yankees, but it's definitely not making it hard on the batters to determine whether they should swing or not here on some of these pitches. Zach says, at least your team coach has not been sleeping in a game when coach like White Sox did last night. Zach, I saw that. We're going to have to talk about that. All right, here's the pitch, 2-1. Ooh, he put it in the danger zone for those lefties. 97 mile-an-hour fastball in the golf swing area, and he just gets up under it. Thankfully for Gilbert, he's got a little bit of that late movement, and that's a 97 mile-an-hour fastball coming. But I think you could even see Gilbert did a little bit of a jump after he threw that pitch. I think he knew he kind of got away with one just a little bit there. Kind of slid off the hook on that one. That could have been danger. All right, 2-1. Don Mattingly now steps up to the plate. Oh, wait, that's not Don Mattingly. It's Matt Carpenter. Looking like Donnie Baseball, though. Making me want to go stash. I want to wear a mustache watching that. I want to wear a mustache and not wear gloves and go up to the plate. All of that stuff is like in a video game plus power. It's plus 5 power for the stash, plus 10 power for the bare hands, plus 3 for wiping his hands in the dirt with the bare hands. I mean, this is just, they're wondering how Matt's doing at this point in his career. I'm telling you. 97 mile-an-hour fastball on the inside part of the plate. Strike one. 1-1 here to Matt, who's hitting .321 with 15 home runs. Great pitch there. Like seeing a little bit more of these right on that line strikes from Gilbert. Maybe he's starting to lock in a little bit with his control here. Gilbert takes a look over at first base and comes set. 2 outs. Judge on first. The pitch. Tries to bunt. Oh, okay. I see. So the Mariners have an Uber shift on for Matt Carpenter there, and he was trying to bump that down to the third base side. 1-2. Carpenter wants to do that and then put Josh Donaldson up with first and second. I'm okay with that. I'll still roll the shift there at that point. 2 outs, 1-2. Gilbert comes set. We'll throw over to first base, keep him close. So, Zach, yeah, Tony La Russa, folks, if you didn't see, it was on Twitter. Tony La Russa last night starts falling asleep in the dugout. And I'm not talking late 7th inning. I'm not talking the 9th inning. I'm not talking the middle of the game, 5th inning. The first inning, my man Tony Gilbert with the pitch, outside on a slider, 2-2. Tony just starts, if you can guys see my eyes here, watch, here's Tony in the dugout. And the camera got so close. The cameraman was such a dickhead. He got so close on Tony. Tony's like this, though. And then he wakes up, 2-2 pitch here by Gilbert. Swing, knock foul. He wakes up, and you can see him then mouth, "I'm fine," because some coach asked her, "You all right?" And Tony's like, "I'm fine," because he's kind of cantankerous, you know. But that's one of those things. Some of those coaches, they keep going till they're like 91. You know, they're just really old, and you go, "Man, you guys, maybe it's time, Tony. You had a good run, man." Hit up in the air here. Long run there for Eugenio, and he makes the catch just in play. Eugenio, of course, on that play prior to the pitch is into the shift, so he's playing almost over to the second base side from where a shortstop would normally be lined, and he's got to come running over there on that pop out. But Logan gets out of trouble, and look, this is why we advocate for trading for Walk and Judge. It doesn't mean that you don't have trouble through the rest of that lineup, but don't let the best hitter beat you. Got no problem with that whatsoever. But that's Zach. That if I saw that as a fan too, I would be livid with that, because I would already be wondering why do we have already Tony La Russa running this show? You know, this isn't 1988 Tony La Russa. This ain't 2004 Tony La Russa. You know, I know coaches theoretically don't have it passed. Game doesn't have them pass it by ever because it's just such a languid game. It's not asking them like football to make instantaneous, quick decisions, snap judgments constantly on the fact. Like it's more of you get some time to kind of turn things over and talk with your coaches. But he's already seemed a little bit like he's kind of just he's felt like he's gotten a little more chippier over the years and into that stage of like he doesn't seem to enjoy it. Like maybe he was always that way. Ronald says, come on, Judge, get that homer. Go. Ronald says, imagine being on track to beat a record only to get walked on every at-bat for the rest of the season. Hey, it's why you have to build protection into a lineup. You put protection into a lineup, then that becomes something that teams have no choice but to avoid. But if you don't put enough around a guy, you open the door to doing that a little bit more. I think, too, it's just when you have this kind of year that he's on pace 68 home runs, that set a spot of production where why would I pitch that just for the fans? I'm going to throw that guy. And Bonds, even the year that he was doing his deal, like teams are walking him all the time with the bases empty, intentionally walking him with the bases empty. I don't know about Maris. That would be the interesting question on this one. Ronald would be, were those ballsy pitchers of the 50s and whatnot? Was it 50s, early 60s there? Were they willing to just go right down into the heart of it as Maris was doing his thing through that year? Of course, didn't he have Mantle? See, he had the protection in that lineup. That's probably what helped Maris out a lot too. I think Mantle was behind him. Kyle Lewis now up to the plate here with an 0-1 count. Italian starting to get steady and comfortable in this game now. Location looking a little bit better over the last probably 3 batters or so from where he started out. And that will be an 0-2 count here on Kyle. Kyle had a home run yesterday. You'd really love to see his bat start to heat up a little bit here, considering where we are right now with the injury situation. And delivery 0-2 pitch. Outside, ball 1. And of course, you got Julio working through multiple wrist injuries. Ty France due to come back here, it sounds like, by about Friday. Mitch Hangier, they're waiting to get back from AAA. Sam Haggerty, who, look, Haggerty's not amazing, but very good outfield glove, and he gets him on is that a sinker or a slider there? I guess that was probably a slider. It looks sliderish. Some of these guys' sinkers to sliders look just the same. Yeah, it's got to be a slider there. But, at least with Haggerty, you got 300, batting 300 in the lineup, gave you good defense, and they're just trying to roll through. Somebody asked me on the players we got. I mean, one was a catcher that you got to obviously replace a little bit of what is going on with Luis Torrens, because Luis has just looked overmatched at the plate. He hasn't looked comfortable, and you've got Cal having to play so many games at the catcher position. You need to get another guy out there. Cal first pitch swinging and hammers that ball into the third. Oh. Cats decided to go at it. Sorry about that. Cal hammered that first pitch up into the third deck. Just got out a little bit ahead of it there. Boy, he turned around a 92-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball in that first pitch. Cal wants to get that bat through the zone. That bat's coming through the zone. And they're showing a stat right now with Cal last year at 64. He's got 64 starts this year at catcher. Last year he had 36 starts at catcher. So he's definitely going to be on a pace here where he's going to potentially triple, come close to almost quadrupling his game started at the pitching. And again, young player. You're trying to be a little bit like what you do with the equivalent of Kirby here in the starting rotation. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes here to Cal, hitting 200 on the year. So that the catcher is going to provide you a little bit of that. Interesting, they got a right-handed guy. I was looking at it because Cal's actually this year hitting better against lefties than he is righties. which made me wonder if maybe they would look instead to maybe target more of a left-handed hitting. But I suppose not. All right, 3-2 pitch here to Cal Raleigh, 1 man out. Love how the Mariners are working the counts here. Hit up high. Deep up into the gap. He's going back to the wall. That ball is fly away. Home run, Mariners. Cal Raleigh continues his purging of these American League pitchers here lately. He may not hit for a high average this year, folks, but he's going to hit for power. He's going to hit for pop. And that is helpful in a lineup that does not necessarily have a ton of that. Well, Eugenio Suarez and Cal Raleigh here helping to hold up these Mariners today, as I said, down a couple of bats. Waiting on some people to return. Waiting on guys like Lewis to get their sea legs underneath them as they return from injury. And boy, he just put that with a nice swing into the gap. You saw it off that first pitch where he was all over that 94-mile-an-hour fastball in the first one, completely timed up on it. He barreled it up, just put it up into the third deck foul. But Cal obviously is seeing this pitcher pretty good. All right, let's go. Let's go. Kelnick up to the plate now. Be fun to see what Jared can maybe do now on his return here from AAA. Called up on the news with Julio and the wrist injury and some of what you're dealing out there. Wonder if this does mean he will remain at this point. 1-1 pitch. Kelnick hits it foul. Still tinkering with his swing, I see. Every time I watch Jared, it looks like his batting stance changes just a hair. Come on, Jared. One man out. Here comes the pitch by Italian. Low. Slider, 82-mile-an-hour fastball. Not fastball, 82-mile-an-hour slider. Curveball. That's why that thing looked downward. I've been calling it a slider. It's his curve. My bad. All right, Jared, 2-2. Italian, the windup. Fastball outside part of the plate, right on the black. Very nice pitch by Italian. Very, very nice. I don't hate that at bat by Kelnick there. Got it into a 2-2 count, showed patience. That's a wonderful pitch on the outside part of the plate. Not a lot that you're going to do with that. Sometimes they're just going to throw a brilliant pitch to you. And it always seems to happen when you happen to be in the beset by struggles. Much like getting a call out of the zone by an umpire. Those things always seem to happen when you're in that rough road of things. And Abraham Toro is going to step up to the plate here now with 2 outs. He draws a first ball pitch. Stinging Devil Rays. Got to beat those Yankees. How many games is this series? I think it's a 3-game series. If I'm not mistaken, it's 3 games here and then 3 games back, I believe, in Seattle, if I'm not mistaken. So technically, we've got 1 more in New York. Strike on the second pitch here. Toro wiggles the bat. Looks very serious, Italian. Italian gets his wind. Slow, laborious wind. Swing and a miss on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone. Nice pitch by Italian. Ethan Tech World says Matt Carpenter looks like Freddie Mercury. I don't know. I'm seeing Donnie Mattingly, man. I see Donnie Baseball. It's if he had Donnie's number on the back, it'd be and adjusted his stance a little bit. It'd be Mattingly all day. 1-2 delivery, smack foul. Nice job of fighting that pitch off by Toro right at the top of the zone. Italian doing a good job here in this inning. Outside of that home run, I mean, Cal's kind of got him rung up a little bit, but outside of that, he's done a very good job of spotting his pitches here. True Texan says, I really hope you beat these guys. True, I'm with you. Yankees are kind of the most, I'm sorry to say it, team even more so than the Astros even. This is the team that has, going back to my childhood, I've not enjoyed. And that bouncing ball there to first base will retire the side there. Easy play with the first baseman. Ronald says, question, what's the hardest you've ever raged in Major League Baseball? Cough, cough. Angel Hernandez, cough, cough. What's the hardest I've ever raged? Well, I can tell you it's not as much on an umpire's call. But I think it's in the spirit of this Yankee team. It's going out and winning 116 games, and then you go into that 2001 season and again have to end up playing the Yankees, and like you weren't even seemingly competitive in that series. And this was on the heels of already having some times where we'd already, I believe, a couple, and my memory could be failing me. We're going back 20 plus years, but it felt like at that time we'd already had to deal with the Yankees a couple times in the playoffs, and they'd kind of just beat our doors off at that time outside of the 95 series, of course. But you know, here you go down again this lane, same old lane, and they get us on the heels of the year that we had. We just weren't playing our best baseball at the right time of year, and that one definitely had me raging because I thought that could have been a real historical team in baseball. If you go on and win that World Series with 116 wins and do it kind of without outside of an Ichiro, you know, true star, it would have been interesting in how the sport would have viewed that team, historically speaking, afterwards. So that one probably stung me the most. Beyond that, I don't have any like vintage moments of umpires making me mad. Though Angel Hernandez has definitely had more than a few calls against our Mariners that you go, what? Huh? All right, Logan comes back out here for the second inning. He's going to face through the mid to bottom of the lineup here. True Texas says, being of age, I watched a lot of those games back then, and I don't remember a lot of intentional walks back in the 60s. No, I think that was one of those things, when they go, when men were men. So I think they were probably more wanting to challenge, and it was probably more of a pride thing back then, like you were going to pitch to him. But as well, too, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, if Maris did have Mantle protecting him in that lineup, what you're going to intentionally walk Maris to go to Mantle, who I think that year hit like 50, didn't he hit like 58 or something that year? So that's a hell of a good amount of protection. And Donaldson's drawn 3 straight balls here from Gilbert, who does continue to kind of struggle to kind of find his footing here from a location standpoint here to begin things. There we go. 96-mile-an-hour fastball inside strike. Yankees have 181 home runs this year, which is the most in Major League Baseball. Donaldson, of course, doing his part. Low, and he draws the walk. Ethan says Kelenic isn't chasing nearly as bad. He's due to mash one day or tomorrow. I like getting him some at-bats. As I've said, he can't be worse than what you've been trotting out there for the most part lately. I mean, you could make the argument with Haggerty that his plus defense, his batting average, does give you potentially a better player out there from if Kelenic's hitting in that 170 mold of things. But while we're waiting on Julio to come back, while you got, JP France having his situation, 96-mile-an-hour fastball, Gilbert throws it right past Benintendi. Ben. I'm going to call him Ben. 0-1 pitch here. Gilbert takes a little look over at first base and comes here with a line delivery. That might be 2. Eugenio gets it first. Over to first. Double play. Nice job by Santana on the reach. Eugenio goes down to a knee to pick it clean fast, which gave him time to get himself to get the ball to second on a good throw and then give the second baseman plenty of time, and Toro enough time to then turn and get the throw back over to first. If that ball goes through to the shortstop there, Crawford probably picks it, but he might have to try to make a long throw to first there at that point. Big play by Eugenio in the field, and a nice job by Santana on the reach. 2 outs now. Mariners up 3-0. Gilbert working fast. Hit high up into the air on the first pitch swing. And that will retire the side. All right. All right, Mariners. We bounced back today a little bit, liking the opening on this. 2 innings, 3-0. A couple jacks. Chicks dig the long ball, man. Chicks dig the long ball. Stinging Devil Rays, is the trade deadline over? I don't know. Is it technically? I thought it was the 3rd, so I thought technically you have up until like midnight. Somebody could probably correct me on that. Larry Bird says no batting gloves equals probably has killed a man. Well, Larry, especially when you add in the mustache, right? So there's a 35% probability that if you don't wear batting gloves and you're rubbing your hands in the dirt in modern major leagues, you probably killed the man. But then it ups another 20% when you factor in the mustache. If he's got back hair, then it's like another 10%. We start getting to 100% certainty here real quick, Larry. Stinger at Everall, the rule book I say can make one rage. How did Ichiro on Yankees make you feel? I wasn't as torn up by that Stinging Devil Rays. I loved Ichiro and definitely one of the best all-time Mariners ever. But certainly, you got him here not as a guy that developed through your farm system, but as a guy you signed out of Japan. And I love the way he played the game. Undeniably, he earned the MVP. I think he got that 1 year. And when he was at his best, he was awesome in the field as a hitter. How do I put this? I had my struggles too with Ichiro at times. I loved him a lot, but I also, if we're talking about getting to that point where I just couldn't, like, I guess I'm saying in the relation to like me feeling like if I had to watch Griffey in a pinstripe or if I had to watch Edgar in a pinstripe, if I saw those two guys, I'd feel differently about it. But with Ichiro, it was kind of like, okay. I didn't love it, but it was what it was, I guess, But the Yankees in general, I just don't like. When the 90s, early 2000s, they were just buying championships right and left. And then they had guys on top of that were juicing. So it's like you're buying your championships and you're juicing on top of this. It made them easier to hate. And I hope we can get in the playoffs and face them. I'd love, revenge is a dish best served cold. Adam Frazier steps up to the plate, takes the first pitch strike. He's hitting .243 on the season with 3 home runs. Been coming around lately here, hitting 300 in about the last month or so. Outside, ball 1. Big Country says, holy mackerel, what a double play. Fantastic play. 1-1 pitch. Frazier manages to hold out on a fastball at the high top of the zone. True Jackson said trade deadline ended today at 6 p.m. Oh, my bad then. I knew I was probably off on that. So, yep, we got what we got. Good job, I think, Texan. Aren't you your Astros, right? I like how you guys made some moves. We were talking about that. They should. They should be more in a go-for mode. I liked what they did. I just like seeing the action as much as anything from them. Yeah, 3/14 of the month of July, Frazier was hitting. 3-1 pitch. High ball. Walk there. Nice job. Opening batter is on base here. Let's get us over to Winker. Kind of an odd lineup today with Frazier, Winker, Suarez, Santana, Crawford, Lewis, Raleigh, Kelenic, and Toro. Definitely not a lineup you foresaw at the start of the year. Daniel Holmes, hey, what's up? I hope the Mariners pull through and win this game. Man, me too. Me too. It'd be 6 p.m. East Sting and Devil Rays. Yeah, they always base it on the Eastern time. Because East Coast people are super important, I guess. All right, we got Winker up the plate. He drew a walk first pitch. Frazier's running down the plate. He takes it. Nice steal by Frazier. What a huge steal there. Nobody out, getting himself to second base. And Talion wasn't really looking over. Frazier just took advantage, got one hell of a jump. Catcher for the Yankees had no chance to get that ball down there. I mean, yeah, I wasn't even looking back, perfectly timed by Frazier. Could just feel he wasn't getting any sort of attention. See if Wink can pull this over to the right side and move him over. 0-1. Hit foul. Strike 2. Stinging Devil Rays is what surprises me is Ichiro on the Marlins. Yeah, that one I didn't get either. Especially because Ichiro always wanted to be really close to Japan and flights back to Japan. Like, he was going basically to almost the furthest side of the world from Japan when he was playing there, which was very strange. 0-2 pitch here to Winker. Italian looks back at Frazier. Ooh, good job by Italian. Put it back in the same place as before, just inside and off the plate rather than kind of on the plate as that last pitch was. Didn't get him to swing. Nice job on that. Okay, so I was right. Italian's got a slider and a curveball. Sometimes you can tell the difference with them, but usually pitchers throw one or the other for the most part. 1-2 pitch, knock foul by Winker. Just fought that one off. James Kilmer says, sounds like Padres. Did I miss him on that, James? True Texas says, Mantle would have beaten Maris to 60 if not for a back injury. Oh, yeah, that was right about the time he was really struggling with that stuff. Poor Mickey, man. He just, his body just fell apart on him. Partied hard, too. He was pretty rough on himself. You do wonder about that with, like, sleep and getting himself in a recovery and stuff as opposed to out every night doing it up. But it's definitely some protection in that lineup, right? All right, Winker's got a 1-2 count here. He's fought off a couple of tough pitches. Taps his helmet. Gets his arms set here, trying to feel this through. The line, the delivery, outside, and a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Not a good job on that part there by Winker. Got to find a way to draw contact, pull that thing to the left side. I know it's easier said than done, but Frazier did the hard work for you on that. He did the heavy lifting. Have a good night, True Texan. Thanks for jumping on in. Steven Devilrez, did you see Gallo farewell Q&A? I wish Yanks fans got to him. New York's a tough place to play, and I've heard a lot of recent sentiment by major league players that there are a lot of players that do not want to go play in New York for the scrutiny that you have to deal with in that city. And those journalists, those sports journalists are known for being dogged and on it, and they don't give you any breathing room. And there's a lot of them because it's a big-ass city. So I can understand, makes sense. There are those that takes a certain special kind of player to fit into that environment and not only to fit within it there, but to flourish. Eugenio Suarez comes up to the plate after a home ring in his first at-bat, and he's quickly drawn a 2-0 count here with Frazier on second. See if Suarez can dial it back in here against Italian. Italian comes set with delivery. Swing, knocked to third. This will hold Frazier at second, thrown across, and over the first baseman's head. Frazier will get into third base. Boy, what an awful throw there on that play. He had time. He cleanly fielded it. Plenty of time to make that throw. Locks it in, and he just kind of like he tried to overthrow it a little bit. Like he double pumps it and then just rockets that ball. You got Suarez. I mean, Suarez he moves faster than he looks. But it almost like the third baseman was a little casual for a moment and then realized he needed to speed up his stuff and he's going to need to put some force on this throw. And it all just kind of happened at the same time, that both of those two thought processes, and he just sailed it. All right, Carlos Santana up to the plate now with runners on first and third and one man out. Santana hitting 202 on the year with 9 home runs and 33 RBIs. Italian comes set with delivery. Swing, knock, foul. Hard hit on a line foul. Just missing getting it inside there. And Santana kicks at the dirt a little bit. He knows he got a good pitch to hit there. Just missed it. Santana's got to worry about the pine tear there on his bat. He's got a little bit of a George Brett situation going on there. I wonder if umpires would ever call him on that again. If you look, he's got that pine tar, though, damn near up on the barrel of the bat. 0-1 now. Coming set. Swing and hit high up into the air and deep. This ball's drifting back to the line. Oh, my goodness, that's almost gone. But he does manage to make a play. This will score Frazier, though. Boy, Santana put such a low-key swing on that. Just nice and steady right through the bone. And that ball just kept carrying and carrying and carrying. Kind of got into that deeper portion of the park there in New York. If you can get it more down towards closer to the baseline side, right field, left field, you can get in the porches. But then it does extend just a little bit out as it gets into center field. Just died down there at the warning track, but nice job by Santana there to bring the runner in. Crawford up now with a runner on first. Mariners up 4-0. Italian's a pretty good pitcher here for the Yankees here this year. This is not just them going up against, let's say, the fifth starter in the rotation here for the Yanks. Curveball for a strike there. Nice pitch. Italian's throwing Crawford a couple of those just money breaking balls where it's bottom of the zone and it ends up right at your knees. And so I say, there's not a lot I'm going to be able to do with that as a batter. 0-1 here from Italian. Throws him another curve outside. Can't quite get the location is on track as that last pitch. Crawford takes a big breath. Swings his arms around a little bit. Zach says, I wish they bring back 2 trade deadlines like they used to have. I'd be okay with it, Zach. I don't see how it can be bad for teams to be aggressive like that. 1-1 delivery here to Crawford. Swing and a miss over the top of fastball high and out of the zone. Stinging Devil Ray says, for sports reporters I really don't like. The home run derby, they wouldn't leave Soto alone. I think that the hot take stuff has definitely bled in, and I keep coming back to where some of these sports shows, they've always got to talk about something, and so they've got to generate narratives and generate talking points, even if they're true or not. And there becomes a bit of a disingenuousness to their approach with it, where instead of them trying to, let's say, get to the truth as journalists are supposed to do, you start to wonder if instead they're just trying to fill up airtime and draw eyeballs and clicks. And I think that does get to that spot where you do get a lot of the annoying takes by the way that they go about it. 2-2 delivery here now to Crawford. 2 outs. Suarez on the first. Swing and a miss on a curve ball down and inside. Italian threw him just some nasty breaking balls to Crawford today. He takes a deep breath. Says, man, what am I going to do with that? And I'd tap him on his shoulder if I was next to him right now, and I'd say, I don't think there's a whole hell of a lot you're going to do with that. The Soto thing, though, I don't like to when reporters take the bait of ownership or general managers. Like, general managers are trying to get a narrative out, and so then you have media that has a want to get content generated out, so they don't even care about whether it's true or false. It's now genuine content because it's coming from a genuine source, being ownership or a front office. But then you come to find out in the real understanding of if a reporter just done the real work, and some reporters did. I'll give credit. There are guys out there doing the real work on this one. But with Soto and the contract he's offered by the Nationals at that time, Nationals do those jacked up contracts. They want to backload everything. They want to Bobby Bonilla everything on their contracts. You'll get all your money, but you'll get it 25 years from now. And Soto's like, I'm 23. I'm not trying to be paid 20 years from now. I want to be paid now. And so he didn't want to take this way back-ended contract to where the total numbers could have been legit. I can get where he's coming from with that sentiment. Money in the hand is money you can go invest, which is money that you can duplicate and grow, as opposed to the team growing it in their coffers as they're waiting to pay you on it. And that's where it's a good point on your part, Stinging Devil Rays, because that was a spot that I watched with the way that story broke with Soto, because we were paying a lot of attention to it, because we obviously were kind of contenders for him. Kind of annoying to see anybody throwing shade at the kid, for turning that kind of deal down, because that's what they were sort of doing at that initially. Truffle says, "Did we overpay for Castillo? I'm still kind of new to baseball." I don't believe you did, Truffles. The overpay comes in, when you're giving up to me a player, really where you open the door to overpay is you give up the prospects we gave up for a short-term rental. If we had been in first place and given up all these prospects, and then you're only getting half a season of club control on this guy, but you still have another whole year of club control with him here. And that's to potentially you through that time, and Gilbert first pitch strike here. Where we at in the lineup? Isaiah Kiner Falele. He hit hard out into right field for a base hit. First runner is on here for the Yankees in the top of the third. So you did give up a lot of prospects, Truffle. You're getting decent amount of club control. You had two prospects you gave up at the centerpiece of this deal, which were shortstops, and though they're highly rated in our system, and now they're the number 1, number 6 rated prospects in the Cincinnati Reds system, they're both shortstops. And in the case of Marte, you don't know if he's going to be able to play long-term the shortstop position. You don't question what he's got with the bat. You do question a little bit of what he's going to be able to bring with the glove long-term and at what position, which is important, especially looking towards the long-term future. So though he's going to be a major league hitter at some point and probably hit well, you just don't know fully what he'll end up being, and especially a guy only in A. So a long way away from being quote-unquote great. And in baseball, Truffles, when you have a player who's great in A ball and highly rated, it does not necessarily equate out to that player's a slam dunk for sure, no-brainer, is going to then turn into a star at the next level, or even an upper-level player at the next level. And Logan gets a quick strike here on Aaron Hicks. As the Yankees are just about to turn over the order, you certainly would like to get a double play here and not get Judge in a position with runners on. Strike, bottom of the zone, benefits from a nice little count. Man, my cat is screaming today. 0-2 here. The Mariners are going to run a very, very intense shift here to one side of the field. This is that Uber shift I talk about where Suarez is nearly playing the second base bag and nobody is over on the left-hand side of the field at that point. 0-2 pitch here. Logan's going to give him that nasty slider. No, comes back with a fastball. Misses outside. 1-2. Stingray says, speaking of Soto, what's up with the Nats? I keep hearing about the team being up for sale. They're supposed to be, but it's going to be a bit of time, I think. But it's en route. All right, Aaron Hicks hitting 230 here. 1-2 pitch from Gilbert. Bouncing, double play a ball. Crawford to Toro, back to first. 1-2-3, double play. I don't know if that's 1-2-3. I'm going to say it's 1-2-3. It sounds good. Sounds nice saying that way. And boy, you like this, don't you? 2 men out now, nobody on. Yankees turn back over the order. If you can get the leadoff batter out here, you got Judge then leaning off the next inning with nobody on base. Perfect little pitch there for Gilbert to set that up. Nice job. Suarez chewing on his nails. Crawford chewing on some chew. First pitch, fastball, just on the outer portion of the plate there for Logan. 0-1. Stinger Rivalries says, I can respect Soto for that. I do too. This ball's hit maybe into the gap, might be trouble, and indeed is going to make it into the gap. Rounding into second base. And, all right, we got some trouble now. Just got a runner on here. 2 men out. DJ just hit that. Lemieux hit that. Nice job just going with that pitch. Not doing too much with it, flicking it out there into that gap. Libra Dragon. Oh, Truffles. Zach says, can the White Sox owner sell the team, please? I'd wonder with this market downturn if we were going to see more owners across the leagues in certain ways start to sell off a bit more. A lot of owners just holding on to teams right now. Not a lot of. It seems like they used to be sold a lot more regularly. Gilbert, first pitch into Judge. He'll take a fastball slider on the inside part of the plate. Oh, 1 now. Judge ready, set. Ooh, another nice little slider. This one off the plate outside. Right on the corner there. 0-2. Does he come back with 3 straight sliders here, folks? Or does he just try to maybe surprise him in the zone with a fastball? You wouldn't dare, would you? You wouldn't dare throw Aaron Judge a fastball. You just keep slidering it. Yep. There you go. Slider outside. 1-2. I do the same thing as Gilbert. I'd probably do the same thing on 1 and 2. You got to be figuring the Judge's sitting slider here, though. If you want to try to surprise him with a fastball. And he did try to surprise him with a fastball, but he just missed up and away. Logan's getting Judge, I think, into 2-strike calls and then getting even more careful than he does early on in the counts. Go ahead, honey. Kitty, you're getting pet. Shh. Shh. All right, 2-2 pitch here is Aaron Judge. Misses low. 3-2. Just walk him. Walk him. Intentionally walk him. Let's just not. This at bat went to hell. Let's not mess around. Let's not mess and test. 3-2 pitch here from Logan Gilbert. Outside, ball 4. Second straight walk to Aaron Judge. Truffle says, Brandon makes me feel better about trading for him, too. I was hearing he was the pitcher available for the deadline, too. By far the best pitcher available on the market, Truffles. A guy that's is right now maybe pitching his best year of his pro career. He's in a stadium in Washington that's not Washington, but in Cincinnati, which is a bandbox stadium. It's one of those smaller parks so that if you're a pitcher, it's actually set up against you to be dominant, like it's built more for hitters. And so you can look at him going from that, now a bandbox park, to now going to one of the more pitcher-friendly parks in all of Major League Baseball in T-Mobile. That's going to help him. And you got to have a strength somewhere, right? If you want to be a World Series team, it's like this almost any sport. It's like, what's your strength? What is the hat that you lean on? What develops is that? And if this Mariner team beyond this year into the future is developing into what that dominant thing is, it's probably not going to be hitting. Maybe it could be pitching, but now it starts to show itself to be starting pitching. You could very well put yourself in a position to have one of the best staffs, if not the best staffs in baseball throughout the course of the rest of this year into next year. And that's a dominant feather to tuck into your cap. Oh, Logan's got him picked off. Great job by the Mariners there. Just some great baseball. Logan first gets the pickoff play at second base. You have runners on first and second. The runner gets caught in between. Judge also starts to run for second, so then they get Judge going back and forth. There's a little bit of peppering back and forth between the runners as they're trying to get Judge, who's doing a good job of staying alive. The runner from third, DJ Mayhew, I can't say his damn name. He starts going. He goes finally to home. Good job there by the Mariners and Toro then to get it home quick enough for Raleigh to lay down the tag. But that's great baseball. It's very easy to panic in that situation because of the way things can sometimes get timed. But the Mariners going to show you then again why, again, I say, what can you put a feather in your cap? Well, if one feather in our cap when we go forward through the rest of this year and the next year is going to be starting pitching and its potential dominance, the other feather you're going to be able to put into your cap is going to be defense. You are a team in this year that's has had one of the fewest in errors in amount in this league. You playing clean defense, places like that where you can steal and out, you steal and out. Great job. And this is how you can beat really good teams. It's just like this, the way they're playing here today. Certainly home runs help, but Great fielding, as we saw with Suarez early on. Logan Gilbert helping himself out with that great pickoff play, not just concentrating on the batter, but being aware of the guy on second base as well. Love it. Love it. Let's get it. Truffles is right. Zach Potato. Oh, is he still, Reinsdorf still owns it, Zach? That guy's still alive? How is he still alive? Well, he can't last forever, man. He's been known as a piece of work in the Chicago area, though, for a while, right? Like, people respect him for what he did for the Bulls, but he's kind of known as I could be wrong on this. I always thought he had a little bit of a rep in a way or another. I forget the series events. He did something crazy. That was sick. And when you're that fielder and you're going back and forth trying to get the player, which is Judge there, you saw it with Santana. He almost panicked and threw it to third base too early because the guy wasn't coming yet if Santana threw it. But you could see Santana kind of bob his back a little bit as he went, oh crap, I got to remember over here. And great job not to stay with Judge, keep forcing him back, make the runner from third base actually commit to home. Lewis steps up to the plate now and draws a quick 1-1 count. Italian is really starting to really work fast here. Lewis hit 182 on the year, 3 home runs, 5 RBIs. He struck out in the first. The pitch, almost got Lewis to bite, but he's able to hold back. 2-1. Mariner batters are doing a very good job of working the count today. I've harped on them when they didn't do it. I got to give them credit when they are. They've got Italian already here through now into the top of the fourth inning. We've got him up into 67 pitches as opposed to Logan with 43. Hit hard down the line. Will that stay fair? It does not. Boy, Lewis hit that with some smoke coming off of it. And just hooked by about 3 feet down the line, and that would be a stand-up double all day long. Spectre 7 Logan is pitching really well. Coming off his last performance against the Yankees, if I'm not mistaken now, that's 10 straight innings of no-run baseball against the New York Yankees by Logan Gilbert. Lewis with the 2-2 pitch, bats it foul. That was his pitch to hit there. That one or the last one. If you get one pitch about to hit, then that was just the second one. And yeah, then he gets him in on the hands on a nasty little slider. Kind of a tough little swing by Lewis. He wasn't able to track that one. But the previous 2 pitches are where he lost that at bat. First gets the first one, puts a great swing on it, just gets it outside the line. And the next one, he kind of left a hanger there right over the middle of the plate. And Lewis was just fouled that one back as well. Then he comes back with the third pitch and on for strike 3, and that's the one that's the one where he couldn't do much with it. It's just a great pitch. But the previous 2, I got hair all over me. My cat is so hairy. All right, Raleigh up now with a 1-0 count. He hit a just nice shot into the alleyway there for a home run, his first at bat. Take strike 1 now, 1-1. Again, got to applaud the Mariner batters here early on, just taking pitches, working counts. They are going to get into this Yankee bullpen relatively early tonight. Mariners are 15-1 this year in games when Cal Raleigh hits a home run. Shows the importance of when you get power like that from the catching position and what that injects through the rest of the lineup. I know it's a bit of a sample size, but I would reckon when you have teams that are able to get this kind of production, at least with the bat, as far as the power numbers, I know the average isn't there. A lot of his average, though, is pulled down by that first month of the year where he was hitting like $155 or something. He kind of dug himself a hole that he's been trying to climb out of through most of the year. But the power numbers have been there as of late. And it does help a lineup out tremendously when you got it. Just another nice at bat here by a Mariner batter, drawing a 2-2 count here by Cal. Boy, was he on Talion in the last at bat. This ball thrown in the dirt, Talion being very careful with Cal. He said, I saw where you hit that last time. I'm not going to give you another shot of that fine whiskey. 3-2. Talion comes set, 1 out. Ooh, right at the knees. Cal thought it was a ball, but it was indeed right there on the block. That's a beautiful 3-2 pitch. And Cal looks angry. That's as mad face as I've seen Cal make. He does not look happy on that one. It's a good pitch, though. It's right there in the zone where it needs to be. Can't hate that. That was a proper call. Just a gnarly pitch. And Talion at times today, I mean, he's given up 4 runs. There's been times when it's not been all bad. He's located at times very well. When he misses, maybe he's missing quite substantially. 6 walks, 6 Ks, 2 walks, 2 hits, 4 runs. Mariners have just made hay while the sun is shining, if you know what I mean. Zach the Potato says Jerry Michael Reinsdorf was one to say to trade for Tracy McGrady, was the one to say no trade for Tracy McGrady. That sounds like him. I feel like he's got about a half dozen those kind of stories between the Sox and the Bulls. Kelnick back up now with a 1-1 count. Hits it up in the air, lofted. This will be an easy play for left fielder, and that will retire the side. So we head to the middle of the 4th. The Mariners up 4-0. Let's see if Logan Gilbert can continue his great run here over the Yankees. I'll get some water, and I'll be right back. All right. It's a good little game so far. I'm liking this. Truffle says Cal looks so upset by that strike. He did. Here's the look, folks. I'll give you the reenactment of his face for you guys on the live stream here, okay? So I get the call. He does the little ball 4 bat flip super smooth. Like he's like, strike 3. All the way back to the dugout. Cal's going to hit another home run this game. That's all I'm saying. Big Country says, don't anger the big dumper. The big dumper. I hope that nickname sticks. I do hope that nickname sticks. The big dumper. It's true. It's like it was something out of a freaking, I don't know, like an anime or something, like when they go to the overreaction faces. Like it was almost an emoji face. Cal was an angry dumper. Telling you, he's going to put the next one up in the second deck and look back at blue. Flip the bat all badass, Ball 1 here by Gilbert, up high, 96 mile an hour fastball, 1-0. It's a good impression. All right. He's got that placid look on his face all the time, man. To see him that angry, he's like, yeah, Cal got some fire. Cal got that dog in him. Got that Wilson dog in him. Rizzo with a 2-0 count now here. Ball outside goes 3. Was that all? A little bit of a low-key strike call there by the umpire. 2-1. I think somebody mentioned a Mariner question. I missed it. Did I miss something on the Mariner? I was about to answer, I think, something, and I was like, brr. 2-2 gets a foul on pitch 2. Sorry, I might have missed this question there. Sector 7 says, I know he's everyone's favorite, Julio, but I think Cal is mine. Hey, he's starting to round out and to be a favorite for me, too. I like the way he plays the game. Throwback kind of catcher with power. You don't find those very often. All right, well, Logan fought his way back to a 2-2 count. Now falling 3-2 here. Misses very high and upside, and he's frustrated with himself. Rizzo goes to first there with a walk. Logan's been good today. The control's been, it goes back and forth at times a bit on this one. Jackie Robinson Museum. That'd be cool to check out. Oh, here comes the Orn. Here comes the... Here it comes. Here it comes. All right, 1-0 pitch here to Carpenter. Again, Logan does continue to kind of scuffle here and finding his way. Ball outside, 2-0. Come on now, buddy. Settle on down. Settle on down. Bye. Bye. They said bye to you. Logan throws over to first base, trying to keep Rizzo close. Two-0 count here now. You don't, come on, you got through that last inning and you did some great work with it. Just stick in the pocket here, Logan. Trust your stuff. 2-0 delivery, again high. 3-0. 7 straight balls to start this inning off from Logan. Or not 7 straight balls. He drew a 3-2 walk on the last one, I think. Come on, take a breath. 3-0, you know Carpenter's taken here. Indeed he is. Strike, outside part of the plate. Again, Logan, Cal set up inside on that, ended up outside. So Cal's just still something when you got your pitcher taking on one of the toughest lineups in baseball, and he kept him shut out through 4 innings, and he's kind of still struggling to kind of quite find his location. Ball's bat out. 3-2. Very nice pitch. 95-mile-an-hour fastball right on the outside part of the plate. I'd throw another one right there. Carpenter wants this inside. They do set up inside. 3-2. And it goes outside. Carpenter hits it up into left field. Winker is there. Gilbert was frustrated. Is again missing Calisets on the inside part of the plate. He ends up missing outside. But I was kind of right. I don't think that it's probably one of his danger zones if you look at the, if you look at Carpenter's heat map there. And indeed, it was ball 4 that he swung out on the outside part of the plate. But again, putting the ball in the same place there is nice, especially even if you get a couple inches off the plate, because you have Carpenter visibly upset with the last call that was right on the outside corner. You hit the strike before that was on that outside corner. So you've got Carpenter thinking in that mind, ump's giving him outside a couple inches. I've got to elongate the strike zone a little bit. So I know they set up inside, but that was just kind of a happy accident to me to coming back to the out. They set up inside to come back to the outside was a happy accident, because that's, as a hitter, that you do that. You go, I know that last pitch was the ball, and I've got to protect now with 2 strikes. 0-1 here to Donaldson. Nice slider on the first pitch. Donaldson takes a big whack at another slider, and that knocked back. 0-2 here, 1 out, runner on first. Holy mackerel. Joey Gallagher, LGY. What's up, Joey? Sector 7 says, I'm going to set Cal's angry face as my piece as my computer screensaver. Oh, man, you get a great shot of that. Nice job by the cameraman to catch it, too. They got a close-up of it. 1-2 pitch. Hit fair down the line. This is trouble. Runners rounding second. Winker takes a metric F ton of time to get the ball back in, and that will score a runner. Boy, Winker back out there. Winker sometimes looks like a guy running around with 2 left-handed feet. He's just so, like, dainty back there, the way he runs, and he takes forever to get around to left field. It's so noticeable at times. Like a fast left fielder gets over and maybe even potentially cuts that ball off, and then he just kind of like lets it bound around back there. Outfield defense matters. Big Country says Winker sucks in the outfield. Boy, does he ever. It's kind of getting painful at times to watch him out there. It's legit. Yeah, morning jog. He just looked like he was kind of being like, la, 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 dancing through the daisies a little bit. Like, get on your horse. 1-1 now. On to Andrew Benintendi. The Tendy. Just going to call him the Tendy. No problem here, Logan. No problem here. 1-1. Damage can be limited. Ooh, another very nice pitch there at the top of the zone. That's a brutal slider there. Hitter just kind of takes a big breath after that one. Might have been a ball, quite frankly. At least how it looked in the pitch tracker. 1-2 delivery here to Andrew. Swing and fouled off. Truffle says DH him or put him as a backup to France. Yeah, I would put him more. I would think more into the DH role. Like when you get France back, you get more of him in the DH role, and then you have Hangier to me, then out in left field. Hannigger's not amazing out there, but he's not this bad, is he? 1-2 pitch here to Gilbert. Swing and a miss. Another slider at the top of the zone. Went right back at it. Saw him uncomfortable on that pitch a couple pitches back. Said, let me try that up again here. And indeed, he looks just as uncomfortable with it on this pitch. Strike 3. You always get worried with throwing your slider top of the zone because if that sucker hangs, that sucker's in the second deck. But he's got such nasty movement on it, he can get away with playing around up there. 2 outs now. That ball hit high and deep. First pitch swinging. That ball is gone. Home run. I look away for a second and that ball is hit high and deep and gone. Well, Gilbert's pitched a good game today. It's gone a little bit off the rails here. You know, he's been playing with fire at times where his location's just not on and tight all the time. You can see today he's not necessarily had his best stuff. Well, the Yankees are starting to take advantage of this inning. Boy, do you need Logan to go a little bit deeper in this game here. Settle down, kid. I was just talking about the place you don't want to leave that slider is hanging up over the middle of the plate. And he's throwing it a lot this inning. And it was getting higher and higher on that last batter. Comes back again on this one. Back up high in the zone with that slider. You can do it with the 97-mile-an-hour fastball. You know, hitters are going to have a harder time with the plane of that one. But with a slider, especially if they're looking for it, you leave it up there and you let it hang a little bit, and it's trouble. It's trouble. Chicken tendy. that's I think what I'm going to call him now. The pitch tracker's drunk. Yeah, it is. All right, easy play to Crawford over there. That will retire here in the fourth, but the damage is done. Yankees get back into this ball game in a hurry. 4-3 Seattle. We got a game. Tony Dam is right. Damn it. Truffle says Hangier can acutely play defense, not the best, but he gets the job done. That's all we need out there. We just don't need a liability. We might not need a plus glove, but right now Winker looks liability-like. And you're seeing it cost you at times when he just can't get to balls out there in the field. He just doesn't have he sure doesn't have a good natural feel out there beyond not being fleet of foot. He just doesn't have a good feel with the jump off the bats. And I'm not going to question his hustle, but boy, that did look a little struggle on the hustle side of it there. Ethan says Gilbert knew he messed that one up. Middle of the zone. Middle of the zone and up on a slider. Slider's got to get down by more of the knees. That way, if you do hang it, then the guy's just going to hit it for a double. He's not going to put it out into the fence, but you get the elevation on it, and that's what's going to open the door to that. Especially when the hitter, again, if he's been watching the way you've been pitching the last couple batters, you've been throwing a high amount of sliders, and those sliders have been kind of increasing up in the elevation just a little bit. Devin says Hangier's got an arm too. Okay. Well, I'm with that then. I think that's your approach going forward, because let's face it, you could slide Winker into the DH, and he's theoretically better than what you get out of Santana. Though Santana switch hitters, so then you could have Santana going righty. You could get Lewis out into right field at that point, Julio center, and then you could flick Lewis between... Well, really, you could flick Lewis between DH and right field, and then have Haggerty out there as maybe your lefty matchup at that point when you have... I mean, they could really go heavy lefty matchups, heavy righty matchups at that point if they wanted to at their lineup. They're giving Service a lot more flexibility here when we get everybody on board with that. This team can just get healthy. Just a little bit. Toro up now. First pitch looked a little low in the zone. I guess it caught the very top of the zone there. 0-1. Toro hitting 176 on the year with 8 home runs. Swing and a miss. Ball very much in the same place as the last one. This one's a curveball rather than the first pitch was a changeup. Toro 0 for 1 in this game. That ball's low. 1-2. Spectre says 2 batters batting sub 200 is pure injury. Sog. Yeah. This is not what you'd have as an ideal lineup in any way, shape, or form. And that's, again, why it's been kind of a common theme for me on this channel as I created it new this year into when I first did the video in I think it was like May. And me just saying, look, be patient with this team. Let's get back to full health. And if you're still not at full health and you're playing against 2 of the tougher teams in this American League, let's not take too much away from that as a determinant on the rest of the season. Right? Let's put it into its proper placement and context. Maybe it means that we're not ready for the big dogs yet, but it doesn't mean that we're not yet ready for the playoffs. And you go back again to this schedule and what you have on deck and how the stage is set. And if guys can come back healthy, and there's every bit of reason to believe they will do so. They've been careful with Hangier. Julio's things not broken there, and that ball's bad on the ground back to the pitcher by Toro. This will be an easy out over the first base. Julio should be back hopefully within 10 days. Friday, you're getting back France. I believe with Haggerty, he had to get some stitches, so that's going to allow him to come back. All of these guys have injuries that are presumptively should allow them to return. Should allow them to return. Whether they can get back to their full health, their full go, comfortable and rolling, we'll see on that part of it. But it won't be a matter of manpower. It might be a matter of not back to front from injury, but it won't be manpower. And then you got Castillo going here tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. Frazier up the plate now. set the table here last time he was up with a walk. And quickly draws ball one. One man out here now. Devin said Service did say Julio is feeling good. That's good to hear, man. Both those two wrists are in tough shape. You have to feel like pretty sore, and maybe it'll be a bit of a blessing in disguise, is that he gets that extra time for the other wrist to get a little bit more healed up too. On top of, he's played a lot of games this year. You're giving Julio a little bit of a blow now mid-year to maybe get his legs refreshened up a little bit when he comes back after some of the time that he's had off. Just to kind of find maybe a silver lining within it. And again, great job here by Frazier in being patient. He's drawn a 3-0 count here. Italian just doesn't seem very comfortable pitching to the kid. Frazier, of course, drew the walk, got a stolen base. Like I said before, just kind of set the table last time he was up. And that ball is high, top of the zone. He takes it for a strike. Love Frazier staying with their 3-0. Make him throw you a strike, kid. This is what a top of the order lineup hitter is supposed to do. 3-1 by Italian. Outside, ball four. Great job by Frazier. I love that walk. That walk gets me pumped. 2 straight walks by Frazier in this game. He continues to come around. We talk about some of the other hitters coming around. What if we have a second baseman hitting 300 through the rest of the year, as Frazier has been doing over the last month of the season? What if you add that into this lineup as well? Great patience on his part. Getting that batting average up to 243. Here we go. TJ says you need to score at least 6 to win this game. It's possible. If I can come out of this Yankees series 1-2, I'm okay with that. I'd love to take 2 games, but if we can just get a win here in New York, just get one. Italian's going to pay very close attention here to Frazier on first. We're at the top of the 5th inning here. Jesse Winker up at the plate. Again, throw over by Italian, trying to make up for all that ignoring he did the last time Frazier was up there, over there. Devin Martzell says quite a bit of chatter about Marquise Goodwin. There is, Devin. I mean, he's obviously one of the fastest receivers you have on this roster, maybe right there with DK Metcalf. And, some of the stuff that I've seen with him, that's a strike to Winker, first pitch. He's got a suddenness to his game that you don't have from Swain or really even Penny Hart. And I think that if he can, as you say, the bar with Penny Hart, Devin, and Swain has not been set hard for him to clear. He doesn't have to play star-like to overtake them on this roster. They don't have a lot of built-in benefits over him, including making a lot less money than he's making, as you could maybe say in the past about those two guys. But he's fast, and if he can come back into that realm, he's never been that great in the league, Devin. There's never been any one year where he's really balled out. He's always been a guy that everybody said, he's getting ready to, he's getting close to, he's just about to come around the corner and do it, and then never quite gets there, for one reason or another. So Winker's in an 0-2 count here now. Winker. See what he can do with this. Italian gets set. Ball hit high and into right field. That will be a easy catch there for Matt Carpenter. 2 outs. Winker continues to watch that batting average plummet down to 228. Eugenio Suarez will come up to the plate now, and Lucas Lutej is getting ready in the Yankees bullpen. One thing the Mariners done a great job of in this game is working Italian and getting his pitch count up. He's already up to 92 pitches for this game. This might be his last inning. Suarez hit a home run earlier in this game. Also made a great defensive play out in the field for a very key double play earlier on as well. Eugenio going full sleeves here on no, not full sleeves. Almost a full sleeve look there on hot summer August night in New York, I would gather. Got to be a little sticky. 1-0 count here from Talion. Frazier gets his lead, and Talion again paying very close attention. Very close attention. Trouble says the team's great with getting on base, just not great at getting people home. I think with a healthy team, I think we will have power and patience to get some of these runners home. It's well said. Here's a nice little slider there. Draws the count 1-1 to Suarez at the knees. Very well said on your part, Truffles. I agree 100%. I think what probably has been the harm in hitting with runners in scoring position and having those troubles like the Mariners have, to your point, is you don't have a consistent lineup through and through. I'm not talking about one of the best lineups in baseball. I'm just talking about where there's not these empty black holes in the lineup kind of sprinkled throughout. And when you've got that black hole, you'll get runners on, and eventually you're just around the corner to landing on one of the black holes in the lineup. You know, and I mean, right now, you know, Kelnick today in this bat, 126, Toro, 175, Raleigh's 206, Lewis is 178, Santana, 202, 233 for Suarez, 228 for Winker. You know, there are a lot of black holes here. And so, yeah, if you can cement this lineup a little more thoroughly, just to make it a little stronger all the way through, rather than it getting, let's say, the Soto star power some of us were looking for, it could make a big difference on this team in just consistency of run production. Because like you said, to your point, they are getting on base. They are finding a way. Now we just need the second step of the process. And Suarez doing a nice job on this bat, drawing a 3-1 count, being very patient. Talion taking his time here. He's becoming a little bit more labored in his approach in this inning. Frazier takes a very slight lead. Boy, what a nice pitch there by Talion. He gets the benefit of a call in the bottom of the zone for 3-2. Don't know if that was a strike or not, folks. That was a little bit... That looked a little bit at the bottom of the zone, but it's a good pitch. Eugenio steps back in here now. Talion comes set. Again, getting very labored. Guy must be getting a little tired there. Frazier running, and that will be a ball off the plate. So Suarez, nice job to draw the walk. That will be the fourth walk of the game for your Mariners. I gotta give the team props in this game on approach. Is in that, like I said, the thing you can control is taking more pitches. The Astros series that we saw them play, awful approaches, way too much aggression, way too much unwillingness to try to get yourself a little bit deeper into accounts. And throughout this game, throughout the lineup, hitter after hitter after hitter, we're not seeing first pitch swinging. We're seeing guys willing to kind of take some pitches, take tough pitches. That's another thing with the Astros. You'd be swinging at sometimes some tough pitches that might be in the zone, but don't swing at that tough pitch. Wait for something that you can actually hit. So I'm very encouraged by what we're seeing out of the lineup today. Even though we don't have our rock steadies in this lineup, you know, we're going to try to get by with less. Still like the approach of the hitters here, and I almost do wonder if Service came to them in this game and said, okay, look, no Julio, no JP here. We're waiting on Hangier to come back. You guys need to employ a patient approach today. We got to manufacture these runs today. All right, Logan, get back on track. Gilbert's got 68 pitches here through 4 innings. Boy, if you can get just 2 more innings out of him to get you through 6, maybe you can squeeze into your bullpen then. Get this one eked out a bit. Spectre7 says, now every time I log into my computer, I see Cal's angry mug. John Talento says, diehards Mets fan here. I hate the Yankees, so let's go Mariners. John, I got love for the Mets. I don't have that same kind of love for the Yankees, so I'm with you. Got a lot of the same kind of New England Patriot, evil empire. I'll say the Yankees that weren't known for any sort of the cheating stuff outside the steroid. But I don't know. Sorry, Yankee fans. I know you'd love to hear this. Other teams be one team to be like, will you be the one team to just give us some respect? No, I won't be that one team. I've had to watch you guys for 3 years, and the way you guys did, like, So I get it. I like the Mets. Mets be like the Jets, kind of become that forgotten team a little bit in New York at times. And nothing funner than that. What was it? Was it 88? Was it the 88 Mets team? When you had Doc, Strawberry. A lot of guys on that team. First pitch inside here to Carlos Santana. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot we had a walk. And I'm like, we're going to the next inning. And we're not yet to the next inning. That's right. We Suarez drew a walk. So Yankees do go to the pen here. Bring out a lefty to flick Santana over to the right-handed side of the plate. The pitch. Santana looks like he swung, and he did swing. That's 1-1. Santana grimaces a little bit. He knows he shouldn't have swung at that. He could have been in a 2-0 count here. Nice sac fly on his last at bat. Drove it real deep to the back gap in right field. Just couldn't quite poke it out. Got a little tiny bit under it. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Sector 7 says, as a diehard Scherzer fan, I hope he takes you far. NDS. If I'm rooting for two National League teams right now to get forward into this year and that I just like just the nature of them, I like the Mets and I like the Padres both. If it could be those two teams rather than the Dodgers and the Braves, I'd be cool with that. 1-2 pitch to Lutage. Ooh, big bending 10-6 curveball just flicks to the outside edge of the zone. Very nice pitch on 2-2 by Lutage, and good eye by Santana. Mariner hitters continue to work deep into accounts here. 2-2. Oh, another just nasty curveball, just like the last one. This one's one that he's got to swing at, and Santana's just able to bat that ball foul. Nice job just fighting that pitch off. You aren't going to do anything with it. Big bending curveballs by Lutage. He's got that slow curve, too, where it just takes forever to round itself over into the plate. Hard for those pitch hitters to stay patient. 2-2 now. 2 men on, 2 outs. Mariners up 4-3 in this game. Lutage with a wind, delivery. Swing, hit hard, into the gap. This ball's going to get down. Bounces up off the thing. This is going to score 2 at least. Will Santana dig in for second? The ball is in at the plate. Here comes the throw. Safe. Santana going for 3, and he will be thrown out at third. But the Mariners get 2 runs on a double by Santana. And that will finish this inning off as he's thrown out at third. Not sure why he runs to third there. Not a lot to be gained with 2 outs by going over there to third base. You're already on second in scoring position. But nonetheless, great piece of hitting by Santana. Got really no pitches in that at bat, right? 2 of those curveballs were just nasty outside part of the plate. Then he finally does get a pitch to hit and then drives it. That's what being patient in an account will get you. You'll hear hitters go, I struck out on 3 pitches. I struck out on 4 pitches. And you go, I didn't get anything to hit, though. I mean, everything was nasty. It was breaking over the top. It was exploding at 98 miles an hour as it was rising up out of the zone. I go, well, yeah, work your way into the count. Don't swing out of the zone. Get yourself, instead of into a 0-2-1-2 count, get yourself into a 2-2 count or a 2-1 count. And then you will be more likely to get that pitch that you can do something with. Love it. Love it. And I'll take it too, Truffles. I'll take it too. 2 more runs there. A little breathing room. I can breathe a little bit. I can stretch out with those extra couple runs. Flavor on deck, clutch. We were just talking about it, weren't we? You've struggled on you've been getting guys on base. You've been struggling bringing them home. Completing the deal. Well, now you complete the deal there. Very well done. Big time hitting. As somebody said in this game, I forget who said it was well set up in the chat above. You probably need 6 runs to win this game. 5 was probably not going to get it done. And we'll see if 6 will be enough. Great job by this Mariner lineup. This is big. You're really running shorthanded today. You're in a wrestling match with one arm tied behind your back and a couple of your toes broken. And this Mariner team is finding a way still to carve out a couple of runs. Well done. Corvette Mon says Carlos Santana is like our best clutch bat. He knows his task and he'll get it done. He's right there. Since he's come over, he's had at least 7 or 8 big clutch hits. Him and Toro, Corvette. Those are our 2 clutch guys. Silly out there by Santana at the end. Just you don't need to run into there's no. It's one of the old rule of thumbs in baseball. Never be the third out. Never be the third out at third base on a base running error or stealing a base. You just don't gain a whole lot. You're already in scoring position from second. And Logan comes right out the gate here, pumps the zone with a fastball first pitch. Love it. Your offense just gave you a couple more. Come right back after this lineup. That ball's hit foul. 0-2 now. We need to get 2 more innings out of you, bud. Don't nibble this inning. Come after them a bit. No walks, Logan. No walks. Flavor on deck, by the way, I subbed you. Thank you, Flavor on deck. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard, brother. We'll be doing these on the off, and that ball's hit up and lifted in the air. Suarez is underneath it. We all know he's got some range from the third base. But appreciate you, man. I'll be doing these streams on the often. So it won't be on tomorrow night, but we'll be going back on here throughout the week and try to be doing as many of these games as possible throughout the course of the year. I'm having a great time doing it. So Gilbert now at 71 pitches here with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning. Aaron Hicks steps to the plate here. Is that Hicks? It's Hicks, right? Ball 1. Strike, 96 mile an hour fastball inside. 1-1. Knocked high up into the air. Deep, right at the warning track, but Frazier is on it. Out number 2. It's where it gets short in this stadium, folks, is down those lines. But this is what I like with it. You're at the bottom of the lineup. Stay aggressive into it. Throw some strikes. Get yourself in a quickly couple outs. Turn back over the top of that Yankee order. This is how you like getting to the top of orders with 2 outs. This is what they call ideal. Big Country says Gilbert's been pretty good considering that he's faced the Yankees at their ballpark. Hey, I'll take the performance so far, and that's a first pitch swinging bouncer to the shortstop. Crawford's got it over to Santana for out number 3. That will end the 5th here, folks. He is bouncing back. He came back at this inning. He said, I need to stop messing around. I need to stop playing with these boys. I need to start coming after them, let them know I got 97 miles an hour. I got a vicious slider that'll bend right to left and make you buckle. And Gilbert, remember that this inning. He came back with it. Loved seeing what we saw at him here, just staying a little bit, being aggressive. You do have a 3-run cushion, which should allow for that aggressiveness. We want to get you a little deeper into this game. Pump that zone. 75 pitches now for him through 5 innings, as this Mariner team desperately needs a starting pitcher to go a little bit deeper into the game. They have been worked over and over and over again here recently. Libra Dragon says, I can't breathe. Flavor on deck, good quick inning. We need that quick inning. We need it. And it's good to see Gilbert just get comfortable in there and lock in. Pound the zone. You saw this with Verlander. When you've got powerful stuff as a pitcher, when you got top and end rotation type stuff, you can go after hitters in the zone and do it consistently. You don't have to always play the game of get them to the 1-2, 2-2, and then you're burying a pitch that you're trying to get him to swing out of the zone on. You can mix that in too, but sometimes, as we saw at Verlander in both of those 2 games he pitched against us, he didn't care about strikeouts. He wasn't worried about you doing anything with the ball, hitting it as far as hitting it hard. But he was going to work that zone. He wasn't going to give you free bases. So Mariners going to have Crawford, Lewis, and Raleigh. Raleigh this inning. See if Crawford can set the table just a little bit here. Set the table. Streamblade does not work for nothing. For nothing. Crawford takes a first pitch cutter on the outside part of the plate. That's a couple inches off the plate. Boy, Crawford in this game has had some very tough pitches thrown to him. Borderline pitches that were good pitches, strikes. That one was easily a couple inches off the plate. Shouldn't have been called a strike. Blue's been pretty good today with the calls. He's been all right. And ball for on the second pitch there. Lutage comes out for his second inning of work here for the Yankees after he took over for Talion. 1-1. Outside, ball 2. There we go, Croft. Just another batter coming out with a 2-1 count here. Another batter for this Mariner lineup. Being patient, not getting over-aggressive. JP's got 19 doubles, 2 triples, and 5 home runs on the season. Started out blistering hot. Has come back down to more of his career regulars here as the season's gone along. Hit hard into the shortstop. Picks it up. Throws it over. Great play there by the shortstop. Quickly came up with it. Threw it on the line. Knew he had enough time to put it on a bounce hop there to the first baseman who picked it clean, and Crawford couldn't outrun it. Hit a little bit too hard. Crawford's not quite able to get as quickly out of the box there with that swing. But a great throw, just getting that out of his hand fast and over the first baseman. Great play. Made to look easy. Kind of had a little spin there on that angle they show from the back of the shortstop there. When he throws that, he's almost throwing it to the left of the first baseman, but it's got such a backspin to it that off the bounce, it then bounces right to the first baseman like a bounce pass in basketball down into the post. First pitch ball on the inside part of the plate to Mr. Cal Lewis. Lewis in this game has got 2 strikeouts. He hasn't had bad at bats, just will do much. And he hits this ball hard, but right at the center fielder for out number 2. So quick 2 outs here for the Mariners. Oh, you Horners. You Horners. Bye. Bye. Sector 7 says you should have seen some of the calls last night. So many ball force strike calls. I really killed us late. As I say, robo-umps is going to be the way for baseball to go when it's all said and done. It really will be. But and we've seen some tough games on just some of the ones I've streamed. Tonight's been good, though. Umpire's been on it. I'll handle a couple of missed calls. I'm not going to expect you to be perfect, but it's when they're just missing consistently on the same kind of pitch. This ones that drive me crazy. And Cal swings at a ball inside, knocks it high up into the air. Shortstop is underneath it for the 3rd out. And much like the top of the 6th, Mariners trade back a quick inning on their own. And this will take us into the 7th. Big country damn. Nice play by the shortstop there. Great job. Ranges out there to his left. Goes down to a knee. And that throw was something else. When I show that throw, and it's almost like he's, like if I was throwing this, it's like I'm giving a little bit of that, give a little bit of that swipe there at the end to get the spin on it almost. Tough pitch. All right, Logan. All right, Logan, get us through this now. Get us through this now. Five innings, 3 earned runs, 4 walks. Only 1 K today for Gilbert. Usually gets the Ks up a little bit more, but I think that's also indicative a little bit of him kind of trying to feel out the zone today a little bit more than being more, as he sometimes can be, just pinpoint with it. Or not pinpoint, but he can at least be a little more of a, he can get you on the edges of the zone. I would never go pinpoint with Logan. It's just not usually his methodology. Still a fantastic game pitched by him today. In a tough place for pitchers to come in, and Yankees always seem very comfortable hitting in their own stadium. Santana's like sucking on his cross. Is that sacrilegious? If you're wearing a cross around your neck and you start to suck on the underside of it, is that? I feel like that might be blasphemy. I don't know. I don't know. All right, here we go with Logan Gilbert now. Bottom of the 6th inning. Batter steps in here for the first pitch. Leadoff batter hits it high and deep. First pitch swinging on the fastball, and that ball is gone. Yankees paying attention last inning to Gilbert being aggressive in the zone, and they say, oh, we noticed that. We'll if you throw that first pitch fastball, we'll swing at it. And this game gets a little bit closer. Boy, this team's got some pop in its lineup, does it not? Just 95, left a little high. Again, Logan likes to play a little bit up in that zone. When you play up in the zone, you're sometimes going to get burned, just like if you play with fire. And just a great swing by Rizzo to put that out. Rizzo not hitting for a high average this year, but he definitely has his share of home runs. That'll be his 27th pop of the year. 6-4 now, and first pitch slider outside, 1-0 against Mr. Carpenter. Fastball at the knees outside, 97, 1-1. Libra Dragon, they may just call holy water. Maybe. Maybe so. If you dip it back in holy water, Libra, then you offset the damage done by sucking on the underside of it. I think that's what the Pope would tell us. 2-1 count here to Carpenter now. Logan with the wind to the delivery. Ooh, plays with fire, and he gets burned again a little bit. Hard hit ball there out into right field by Carpenter for a single. So middle of the order here for the Yankees, giving Logan just a little bit of problems. Hopefully the Mariners got the bullpen getting set and ready here, because this is not off to a great start as he's left a couple of these pitches in the meaty part of the zone. Fear of the stash is right. I'm telling you, it provides extra powers to him, and then he's got no batting gloves on top of it. It's too much power for one man to have. All right, be careful here. Josh Donaldson, another dangerous hitter in this lineup. Logan with the wind, the set. Hit high and deep, and it's gone. No doubt about it. Donaldson with a little bat flick after he swings and hits it. And we have ourselves a tie game. Boy, the Mariner bats pick up these starting pitchers today. Can't give much run support. They finally give you some run support. And then the Mariner pitchers let you down. Gilbert today with 3 straight hitters in this inning, just leaving it way too over the middle of the plate. That ball just sat right in the center. I mean, that's major league hitters are going to hit a fastball in the center of a plate. And I can't help but feel like, once again, that's a pitch where the catcher starts up on the outside part of the plate. We've seen it a lot with Gilbert today. The ball ends up coming back into the middle of the plate, right into the danger zone, and Gilbert just can't get himself on track to get the pitch a little bit more outside in your release so that it's more tracking now as it starts to come back over the plate. Instead of it going back over into the middle, you're coming back to the outside. Just can't seem to get that adjustment right here today. You've seen all day him sort of struggle to feel with it. He was able to still keep the runs down through the first few innings, but you did see within that some issues in just where when you can see when a starting pitcher does not have his control in the day. And sometimes a great pitcher, even a power pitcher, can get through those days. But sometimes the longer the game goes on, as that rears its ugly head a little bit, the more they're going to be able to get kind of battered around a little bit and missing on those pitches. Quickly, 0-2 now here for Gilbert. Boy, this has gone backwards here. Libra Dragon says there's a great old movie titled Damn Yankees. That's right, Damn Yankees is right. I know that movie. Yeah, what the heck, man, is right. High on 1 and 2. Stephen Cottrell, hey guys, the Mariners are crushing it. Oh wait, what happened? Everything was going along fine, and then Logan just decided I'm going to start dancing up in the middle of the zone a little bit here. That ball hit, and it's carrying out of play. Still 1 and 2 on Andrew Nintendo. Winker tip goes to the stands. He gave somebody a look over there in the stands. I want somebody said something to him. You ain't going to get this. You ain't going to catch this. What are you even running for? We dare you come in this crowd. 2-2 here to Andrew after a ball. The wide, the delivery, swing, and a nice job just knocking that up in the air, but it does look like maybe Suarez can get under this. Can't quite get there. Tiptoes. Suarez has been able to cover some ground. Couldn't quite get over there to that one. It's hard. You don't know where when you can't see where that tarp's at that he ran into. So you can't go full steam for that ball. 3-2 now. Again, if the Mariners don't have somebody working in that bullpen, they should be at this point. Gilbert's definitely here starting to scuttle. Strike 3. Great pitch. Slider outside part of the plate. That'll do. That'll do. Got love losing to their bottom of the barrel players. I don't know this inning it's been Rizzo, Carpenter, Donaldson. Those are pretty good hitters. The bottom of the lineup for the Yankees in this game is hitting 6, 8, 10. So the bottom of the lineup is 1 for 10, Steven, in this game. Spectre 7 says, I know it's stiff competition, but I can't help but feel like the starting rotation regressed coming out of the break. I think you definitely lost a little bit of the momentum you had going on both sides of the ball, for whatever that's worth. And the rotation has not looked as good coming out all the way through as they did as they were going in. And thank God we got some help on deck. Thank God for Skid. This makes the Castillo edition make all that much more sense, doesn't it? Hey, Winkle, you want to come in and catch this foul ball, huh? You come over and catch this foul ball. I got your foul ball right here. I get your foul ball right here. We don't let you all catch that up in here in New York. This is New York. We're the Yankees. We're going to beat you up, you come these fans. All right, Mariners. All righty. And Penn Murphy's going to come in to replace Logan Gilbert now. Try to get the final out of this inning. I do like that here, as I, again, just feel like Logan's kind of lost his touch here a little bit as we got into this inning. Gilbert on the day, 5 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 6 earned runs, 4 walks, and 2 strikeouts. The most probably outside of the runs given up. That's been the most uncustomary part of him in this game. He's usually not a guy that's going to walk that many people. I just couldn't quite find the strike zone all the time there here today. And against a Yankee lineup like this that's already tough, you can't make it easier on him by struggling to find the strike zone. Penn Murphy comes out, the right-handing side armor, with 41 games here, 45 innings, 53 strikeouts. And a good guy for them out of the pen. 2.38 ERA on the season. Jose Trevino, Lee Trevino's grandson, steps to the plate. Is he related to Lee Trevino, the golfer? That guy golfed forever. Lee Trevino. Trevino had a 2-run home run in the 4th. Swing and a miss and knocked, hit hard, deep, but foul. Logan just giving up a lot of home runs in this game. 0-1 here to Jose. Strike 2 outside far of the plate. Guess we only have 1 out here in this thing. Sorry. So 2 down. There's 1. Yankees have 28 games with 3+ home runs this year. Pretty amazing stat. Only 100 games in the season, almost a third of the time. Swing knocked deep into the gap. This will get down for a double. Yankees continue to pound the baseball. Trouble, trouble, trouble. I don't know what's going on with the Mariner pitchers here, but you cannot sit up in the upper part of the strike zone and hope to find success. And throughout the course of that at-bat, not just that pitch, Murphy's again is up high. He got the strike on strike 2 that was high. You put that up on these guys, they're going to hit home runs. It's not surprising. It's hard to hit a home run off your knees. And we're not seeing the Mariner pitchers here today missing at the knees. Even that pitch, 90 miles an hour fastball's a little bit up. We've got to get more of an ability of locking in on the zone of where you're trying to locate with these pitches. But it's not hard to see why they're getting hit hard here. These are not. And again, 91 miles an hour fastball set up inside, ends up over the plate. It's a strike, but it's again high. Where's a pitcher I used to try to just get a little sink down to on my motion to try to get a little bit more of an over-exaggeration on the downward of your kick, just to try to reinforce that you try to get that ball with the downward plane, down on the knees. And again, he misses up high here. He gets a crazy strike on that. No, that was a ball, right? God, it looked like he made the strike call. 2-1 here to Isaiah Kiner Falefa. You see it set. There we go. That's more like it. Slider, 90-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees. That's where that's got to be. That missing high stuff don't work. Steve Carell says, well, we got the heart of our lineup coming for the 7th. Relax. We got this. We just got to believe. I'm with it, Steve. I'm with it, Steven. I'm with it. Knocked softly over there. That ball is going to get through for a base hit. Is kind of hit to no man's land. Little nubber. Murphy couldn't quite get over to field it. Tough luck on that one. Just couldn't quite get his hand on it there. All right, runners on first and third. Let's go. Whew. This has been a rough inning for your Mariners. Ball one. Don't tell me that hurt his fingers. Give me a break. The ball was barely hit. Trying to show replays like that little nubber was going to hurt his fingers. If that hurts your fingers, then 1-0. Here we go. Outside, 2-0. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Saw it in Houston, both with the starters and relievers. People were mentioning with the starters kind of having to struggle at the break. Relievers have been right there with them. It's just can't find the location. I'm not talking about brilliant pitch after brilliant pitch. Just have no feel for the zone. Everything is just, you're out over the edges, just all over the place. Catcher sets up one place, you end up somewhere else. This ball hit hard into the corner for 2-1 now. And that was a well-located pitch there by Murphy. But so many of these you can tell when that catcher sets up one way and it ends up way out on the other side. They're just having a hard time finding it. What's up, Jose? Joe Trippi says, common problem with pitchers in the second half of the season. The ball starts creeping up. Pitching coach has to catch that and work on it. Yeah. Agreed. It's a conscious thing, too, because it is just natural easy as a pitcher, I think, to kind of get a little bit lazy in especially your follow-through. And it feels like to me when you're most lazy with your follow-through, you're going to lose accuracy, obviously. But a lot of times, too, the loosey-goosey follow-through will also cause you to end up with the ball elevation going on a little bit, too. 2-1 pitch here from Murphy to Aaron Hicks. Yankees about to turn this order over again. Ball 3. Danger, danger, danger. Hi, okay, says, I love my Yankees baseball, and Tom Brady is going to win another Super Bowl. Going to be a great year. We'll see, man. Brady's got some lineman injuries keep popping up that might be concerning for him. Swung down on the ground, right to second base, first to shortstop, back to first. Double play. All right, let's go. Nice job, Murph. Big double play there with the Yankees threatening to turn back over the lineup. Boy, you don't want to end up with Judge with a couple of runners on in this inning in the 6th. Very, very well done. That will get them through to the other side. Whew. Dodging bullets. Dodging bullets. Big Country says, I really like the Bills this year. I do too, man. I think the Bills have got a great chance to get it done. The Von Miller signing I thought was big. They've done a good job of retaining the talent that they did have. I mean, Tre'Davious White was out for a big part of their season. They're a great cornerback last year in the run that they did have. And Josh Allen really seems to be coming into his own as a dominant quarterback in this league. I'll tell you, that playoff game between them and him and the Chiefs, he was step for step right there with Mahomes. Didn't back down an inch. Didn't look like a second rung to Mahomes at all. Wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see that this is the Bills' year to finally get into the Super Bowl. Jason Oss says, bro, Hicks is so bad. Well, you can't have big dragons at every position in the lineup, Jason, you know? Can't have them everywhere. Reba Dragon, that was huge. That was huge. 3 innings. It's a fresh ball game. 0-0 as far as we're concerned. Both teams kind of turning things over a bit here in the lineup-wise. I always found it with me in regard to your point on that, Joe, when I was pitching, if I got high, it was that I'm coming down on the bottom part of my leg and the front foot ends up landing early because I'm getting tired, which you talk about that second half. Maybe guys' bodies are starting to wear down a little bit, starting to get a little bit fatigued. And so it's easier to bring that step down just a little bit early now. And then you don't have to kind of give out as much effort pitch to pitch as opposed to really, as they used to tell me, drop your foot in the bucket on that front foot with what you're doing with the pitch. Wouldn't be surprised that's a little bit of what's going on here a bit. Nice to see Murphy pumped, taking him to the gun show after that double play. That's right. Get pumped, Murph. Get pumped. You held that down. Held that down. 6-6 now. See what our Mariners can do here. Got a pinch hitter here now. Jared Kelenic will be pinch hit for Haggerty here as Lutage comes out again for the Yankees to work his 3rd inning here. Haggerty hitting .286 on the year with 2 home runs and 8 RBIs. Been a nice little spark plug for the Mariners out there in right field. First pitch is high, ball 1. 1-0. I like pinch hitting for Kelenic here. Don't put him in a lefty-lefty matchup. Let's put him in advantageous situations if we can. Next pitch is hit hard down the line. Quickly out on a rail. Haggerty with a home run. Let's go. It's Haggerty time. No. Not Sam Haggerty. It's Ham Haggerty because he just went ham. That away, Sam. How about the kid with some minimal power going yard in Yankee Stadium off the bench? Got some stitches in his foot. Don't matter. He might have popped a stitch out with that swing. Put a great swing on the ball. Out on a rope. Like he threw a lasso out to left field. Home run. Mariners up 7-6. Let's go. Abraham Toro up at the plate. First pitch swinging. Knocked high up into the air. Left fielder's there to get it. All right. That away, Ham. I'll take a big slice of that ham, please. Give me 2 cuttings. I'll take 2 cuttings. I take 2. All right. 1 out now. Winker, first pitch swinging. Down, nice little base hit down there in the gap. Was that Wink? No, it's Frazier. Sorry. Let me track the bats here. Nice job by Frazier there. He continues to look great. 2 walks in this game and a base hit. Average up to 245, and that does look like that will be the last of Lutage in his big red stash. The fire stash did not give him any power today. You just need to color that sucker brown, man. You lose all the power when it goes ginger. So just the way it works, Lutage. Stephen Cottrell says, go away, them porn sites. Yeah, the porns are always around. Can't do anything. They've got settings where you're supposed to be able to kill links in it, and they still find a way to pump it in. YouTube's got to do something about it. Got to do something about this stuff. James Tomlinson says, let's go. Less stressful listening from here. It's good to hear, James. I'm getting stressed. Tony, let's go. Got that big ham out. This guy keeping the ham on the bench till the 7th inning. So I leave my ham in the fridge till the 7th. We're going to make ourselves a little sandwich. Big Country Frazier getting closer to that 280 batting average. Thanks for reporting it, Libra. They come in different. I know they look like the same thing every time they come in, but they're actually different usernames that are coming in with slight variations. So though it looks the same as they're coming in, they're all different. They're all being banned permanently, but when they come back, they come back incessantly. It's a hell of a bot program they got running. And as I like to say here with Frazier, man, you look at this lineup, right? We look at this lineup. Let's go to this lineup August 25th. And what it could presumptively be. You have Julio back in the lineup in center, France back over at first base, Hangier over in left field, Lewis maybe back on his horse, at least hitting to what he's hit, within his career. I'm not looking for him to be like his rookie of the year, but just something where he can be consistent as a bat in this lineup. That's all we need in the lineup is more consistent bats. You put all that together with Frazier hitting around 280 now, the starting rotation where it could potentially be. It's a good position to be in. Well, the Mariners saw the Yankees hit 3 home runs in this game, and they said, oh, we see you doing that. We could do that too. Julio stoked. Everyone jacked over there in the Mariners dugout. Love it. Love it. Truffle says, I would rather have Sam out there than Winker. Me too. Me too at this point. Sam gets on base. Winker, what does Winker do? I mean, Winker's, every time I look at Winker's average, it's going down another 10 points. He's got a walk today, but he's also got a strikeout and 2 runners left on. Batting second in this lineup. All right, 1 out. Let's see if Mariners can play a little bit of tack on here against the Yankees. Scott Efros is on. Been with the Cubs most of this year. 47 games, 2.66 ERA. First pitch ball outside to Winker. Libra Dragon says ham in the fridge. Love it. Got to leave that in there for the 7th. Can't unveil that too early. You're going to be hungry by the 7th if you eat that too early. Frazier has been hitting well, flavor on deck. Very impressed by what he's been doing lately. And man, do we need it. It affords us the ability not to have to go out for a second base option at the deadline, which was good. And again, what it could do with the rest of this lineup, it almost becomes more of a strength in numbers than it is that one pure bat you're bringing in to take you over the top. It's a little bit of the multitude of all those bats kind of coming together along with what you already have in the lineup. And if that can happen, as I say, go to August 25th, August 26th. If that can happen, that's a dangerous team down the stretch. All right, 1-0 count here. Frazier takes his lead. Ooh, nice pitch there at the top zone, 1-1. Nitro Hawk says the least the porn gods could do is donate to you. That is, I know, right? It is. You can't actually donate to me right now. You have to wait till you're 1,000 subs before you can get donations. So, but man, they work my live streams lately, and they just keep increasing. 1-1 delivery here. Knocked foul by Winker. 1-2. Boy, and this thing with Winker, he seems to get himself into 1-2 counts. Steve Cottrell says Padre fans have to be jacked after their deadline trades. Hey, I would be if I was. Their team's trying to make a go for it. And that lineup, as I've said about the Mariners, they've set themselves up with what's going to be the strength of your team. What is it that you can put your hat on, lean back on, a starting rotation, and a dominant bullpen. Well, the Padres can lean on a middle of the order batting lineup that nobody else can contend with. And that ball hit high and deep, but this will die at the warning track. Winker just got a bit underneath it. Sometimes that swing can get a little bit uppercut, as it did there. He's got this Yankees pitcher has got a great look on his face as he's freaking out about that hit. Winker's got a lot of an uppercut swing to his game. He doesn't really have like the power for the uppercut in his swing. Like he doesn't have the strength to get it there. He can hit a home run, but like for the way his uppercut swing goes and the amount of fly balls he sends out into deep and right field, he just doesn't have that kind of power to really push it out there like that. Better suited to go with being more of a line drive hitter in his approach. But it probably is who he is. 2 outs now. Eugenio Suarez comes up to the plate. Eugenio has had a very good game here, not just with the bat, but out in the field. Hit a home run, drawn a walk. More importantly, he's been a very good approach up at the plate. Stinging Devil Rays, there's a lot of people watching today. We do. We got a bunch of people in here today. It's good to see. We'll get a Mariners win here. Inside on a slider there, ball 1. Suarez continues to show a good eye at the plate here recently. Libra Dragon says, gotta let the ham marinate. I want to say marinate. That's right. Marinate. I see what you did there, Libra. That's nice. Nice pun. That's right. Gotta let Ham Haggerty marinate. Marinate. I can't say it. That's the only problem with that word. It makes sense to you as it's written, but you try to say it. Strike call there on Suarez. 1-1. Devin says that's the pitcher's Yankees debut. He doesn't want to hear it from the crowd. No, not on the first time he's out there, right? Suarez back up the middle. Nice piece of hitting. That will get through and move Frazier over to third base. Boy, what a tough little pitch for Suarez to hit. Got it right in on his hands. Gave it a nice inside-out swing. And was able to bob that ball right back up the middle. Ooh, a little Top Gun. Need for Speed handshake with the first base coach over there on the side. Great job of hitting there. You're not going to do a lot with that pitch. Just stays with it. Suarez is coming on. Suarez, Frazier coming on a little bit here when we need them to. All right, clutch has been a bit of an issue for the Mariners this year. They've been good with it overall today. That's how you get to 7 runs. You're in a situation, though, here now where you could play big-time tack on. 2 men on. Runners on first and third. Santana up at the plate. Last at bat, he had a brilliant double brought into at the time. Let's see if he can do the same here. Batting from the left-handed side. Big Country says, hopefully this is the beginning of Suarez heating up. Oh, man. We could use a couple guys red hot in this lineup, couldn't we? Santana 1 for 2 on the day with a double and a sac fly, 3 RBIs. Sac fly was another one of his big hits in this game. Almost put it out. Braves fan. What's up, Braves fan? Welcome on the chat. It's good to see you guys. Always love having other team fans in the chat, man. Always do. 2 men out. Runners on first and third. Efros gets set. Sidearm delivery. Up high. Ball 1. Steven Cottrell, Santana home run. Well, he's going to see this pitch really well. That's the downside when, of course, you're one of these right-handed, not let's say submariners, but definitely sidearm pitchers, is that it makes it harder on the right-handers as far as locating that ball out of your hand. But on the left-handed bats, it's a lot easier for them to view that ball coming out of your hand and view what type of pitch you're trying to throw them. 1-0 delivery here to Santana. At the knees. Nice. 91 mile an hour. Was that just a sinker right there? Yeah, that was a sinker. Nice sinker right there. Santana's thinking through a little bit of what is he going to throw me here? And the Yankees are employing a shift. It's not the Uber shift. Donald is sort of splitting the difference between third base and second. Yankee catcher makes a sign out to the field. It's like they're changing a little bit of the way that they're going to play this on how they're going to pitch Santana. At least a base hit, Big Country, yeah. 1 more. Throw over to first. Frost worried about Santana there. I don't know how much worried I'd be about it. The Mariners are going to run here with 2 outs. Risk having Suarez thrown out at second base. Efra's just probably being careful. Here comes the set. 1-1. Hit hard down the line. Wow. Just couldn't quite stay fair. Got to give Carlos Santana some big credit here in this game because he knows how to jam. Doing a very good job, unlike recently, of working the other opposite field. Pitchers have really been working him to the outside part of the plate, and he's continually trying to yank the ball back the other side and just turn pitches over. I've seen him now on a couple of swings here today do a really good job of staying with the pitch. Does get him into a bit of a tough pickle here with a 1-2 count. You know he's going to get probably a nasty little sinker here. Hit up high into the air. This ball will be playable for the third baseman. He's under it, and he will make the grab. That will retire the side. So Haggerty does get the Mariners back on top in a very entertaining game that's been a little bit back and forth here. Mariners have stayed on top all the way through, but the Yankees have managed to catch up at every point in time. They get a little bit extra. We'll see how it goes now here as we go into this inning, and the Yankees turn back over the lineup to the top. Paul Sucia, go Mariners. Go Mariners, man. Respo Turbide says Jake Lamb, a great addition for Seattle. I think he does help us out quite a bit, Respo. He gives you a little bit more of an ability to go left-handed heavy in your lineup. Certainly gives you another guys as another option away from Winker if he continues to hit where he's been hitting out there. I think he can give you some third base as well, if I'm not mistaken. First base, third base, even a little bit of combo, right? If I saw that right with him, which means that now you can get a left-handed bat in there with Suarez too when you get tough righties, which is nice. I like it. Alex Heiding, glad to see another live stream. Well, thanks for jumping in, Alex. I'm having a ball doing these, my man. Kirk Casale's a nice move. I agree, Big Country. You've got to be mindful to, really the two young guys, I think we've got to be mindful on this team right now about our usage of them and keeping them protected down a home stretch when you're trying to get hot and make some hay at that point. It's got to be both Kirby and Raleigh and how you're looking to utilize these guys going forward. And they showed a stat in this game where Raleigh's on pace to, be basically triple, if not quadruple the amount of games he's going to catch this year at the big league level than what he did last year. And that's a lot on a young guy's body. And you worry about him wearing down. Caselli, now you bring him in, does give you a little bit of now flexibility, as Luis Torrens has just been really bad. He's not giving you really anything. And I don't think he's even giving you a lot as far as glove goes this year. So it's not much with the bat and not much with the glove. King Pookie Man Alvarez. Yo, what's up, Alvarez? Good to see you. Stinging Devil Rays. Seattle playing the Yankees well. Well, we're hanging in there with them, huh? Hanging in with these big dogs. And the Blue Jays are leading the Devil Rays 1-0. Of course, we're just about getting into that territory. We're going to need to start monitoring these other wild card teams. It's a little early right now. Beginning of August for me is just a little bit early, but you get to August 15th, start kind of paying attention, tracking stuff a little bit more. Fraternal Cloud says, love getting Castillo, but man, the Yankees and Astros are much better teams still. Well said. Well said. I mean, I think if the Mariners are going to get to this season a point of competing with those teams for Fraternal Cloud, it's going to be because our injury situation turns around in a big way and bats start coming alive that have been a little bit silent and quiet throughout the year. And even then, a lot would have to work out in their favor to be able to overtake these two teams. But I will also say that you don't know how this is all going to shake out by the time we get to the end of the year, and that it is a marathon, and there's ups and downs and teams playing at hot points and low points. And if you can get to that point where your hitters are hitting at their best through the totality of the lineup, 1 through 9, because you've got your full complement back off of injury, if the starting rotation can be as dominant as we're hoping they can round into, and if the bullpen can be as upper level as it has been along with the defense, you never know. You never know how it could play out once you get in the playoffs. Surprises do happen. A couple of years ago, did anybody think the Nationals were going to be beating the Astros in the World Series? No, but they pulled it off. But this is also with Castillo a move for Fraternal Cloud. That's the good part about it, not just about this year, but moving into next year. And right now you have a lot of things cemented into next year that you feel good about, not only from a positional basis, a bullpen basis, but also now your starting rotation is completely set. There's less and less work for Dipoto to have to track in and lock in on to get himself up to those levels of the Yankee Astro teams now as we go into next year. So you do have an ability, as we not just look for this year, but in the future year beyond this, of putting yourself in that position. That's why this Castillo move was more than just being about a rental, and also being about what you're getting as far as 1.5-year club control from him. Say nothing of potentially signing him to a contract extension. All right, the Yankees will come up now with the top of the order. DJ Lemieux stepping up to the plate. Paul Sewald out and quickly pumps a fastball in there. Nice job by Sewald to get out in front of him here early. DJ 1 for 3 with a double and a stolen base. Knocked right back up to Sewald. He's got this one. Flicks it underhand over to Santana, and that will be out number 1. Alex Heiding says, how do you think Castillo will do in his first start as a Mariner? Well, he started against the Yankees I believe about a month and a half ago, and he was pretty dominant against them. Right-handed guy. It's going to do well against a good part of that lineup, being your Judges and your Donaldsons. But, of course, then you got your lefties in the lineup, too, that can offset that a little bit. So, I think we're going to see a well-pitched game out of him. But probably a couple runs. It's hard to keep this Yankee team off the box score completely. Dangerous at bat now here with 1 out. Aaron Judge up at the plate. He pitched very carefully, Judge, throughout the course of this game. He's 0 for 1 with 2 walks. Mariner pitchers have definitely, or at least Logan Gilbert was very careful with him, even when he would get him to 2 strikes in this game. 1-1. Strike, slider, inside part of the plate. King Pookie Man Nation says, Wilson Contreras, didn't he get traded? I didn't see him listed. I didn't see him listed on the action. I didn't see his action listed. 1-1. Judge is swinging high, and that ball will be knocked out. 1-2. Big Country, Torrens is a WAR of -0.8 this season. And the eyes match that, right? This is one of those points where the advanced analytical data fits to what you've seen in your eye test. He's been flailing up there at the plate. The pitchers seem to pitch a little bit differently when he's behind the plate, as far as how he just, sometimes how you're presenting yourself back there, how you're framing pitches, how you're setting up pre-pitch, to give him a good target. Raleigh does all these things very well. And I don't know if I can say the same about Torrens. I think Torrens is more of a potential for what he gives you from a bat standpoint than what he gives you from a glove behind the catcher's position. 2-2 count here by Sewald. Again, being very, very, very careful. Swing and a miss on a slider outside. Big pitch by Paul Sewald. 2 outs. Waters have been a little uncertain here from this bullpen lately, but one man who has been steady Eddie throughout has been one Mr. Sewald. Very nice pitch. Big out is right, Ethan. Big out is right. Stay careful through this lineup here. It's the careful part you got to be on here now. As Rizzo did hit a home run in his last at bat. Low, ball 1. Swing and a miss on a 92-mile-an-hour fastball there. Rizzo's got 4 straight games with a home run. Boy, if he starts turning on in this lineup, he's been hitting 230. He's been having pop throughout the year, but the average just hasn't been there. And if he can start bringing that along for this Yankee lineup, again, you start bringing protection there for Judge, true protection. Teams are not going to be able to just pitch around, and that's when it gets real dangerous, when you have to give him pitches. 1-1 here from Paul, taking his time. Swing, batted foul, 1-2. Come on, Paul. Come on, Paulie. I like bringing Paul out in this situation by service. It's a little early here in the 7th, and you'd like to go, but you're going through the middle of this lineup right now. Not next inning, not the inning after, right now. Might as well have one of your best arms there to go after these bats. Toughest bats in this lineup at this time of the game. Swing and fouled back on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball off the plate. Rizzo definitely free swinging here. Fraternal Cloud, I have concerns with Winker, Marco, and Robbie Ray going forward. All have been disappointing this season. I mean, I don't know if I can get... I'm with you on the Winker Fraternal. I'm with you there. I mean, that's been a move of a guy who's hitting 300 with 24 home runs last year, who's come here and he's hitting 230 with swing and a miss. Strike 3 by Paul Sewald. Another slider gets him just like he got Judge before, this time a little bit lower in the zone. I was just saying on the previous pitch, you could see with the pitch tracker there that Rizzo was swinging at pitches. One was a couple inches off the plate. One looked like maybe even an inch off the plate. He was being a little bit free swinging in that at bat. Maybe let's put something out of the zone and see if we can get him to swing outside, far outside the zone. And the Mariners did that there. Sewald did that there. Highly successful, big time inning there. Get through the little bit of the middle of that order now. And if you can keep guys off base, you could easily end out this game. You can get through 3 innings. If you can get through next inning, then Carpenter, Donaldson, and Benintendi. Then you've got Trevino, Kiner, and Hicks to finish things off. Say nothing of a pinch hitter. So you're in good position now the next course of a couple innings. If you can keep guys off, you don't have to end up going back and having to deal with Judge ever again tonight. Ever again. But Fraternal, I mean, I don't know if I feel the same way on the two guys you mentioned below. With Marco, had a tough game yesterday, but overall, if you look at where he's been at from a standpoint of consistency, you're talking about a guy who's your 5th starter in your rotation. And if you're talking about a 5th starter in rotation, I think he's been pretty solid in that realm of things. I think with Robbie, rather than it being disappointed, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. You have the first part of the year through his first few starts where it's rough. He's got a couple miles an hour off of his fastball. Some of this I think you could expect because there was a truncated spring training, which meant, a truncated spring training is probably most going to impact pitchers, especially as they're building up arm strength, because that's what they do in spring training. He started to get some of his arm strength back and returned to him, and then he was dominant for a good, month and a half, if not maybe even a hairpin longer. And now coming off the All-Star break, he's had 2 bad starts. He's had 2 starts that haven't been good. So it's not been all bad, it's not been all good, but I don't know if I go full disappointing. I think you're going to get what you're going to get in Robbie Ray over the course of a totality of a season, which is a guy that's going to be upper level as a starter in this league. But when you start to slot him down to where we're going to slot him now, where you're talking about into the future of this rotation, Fraternal Cloud, you got, let's say, Logan Gilbert is your 1, Castillo is your 2, Kirby is your 3, and now you got Robbie Ray as your 4. What he's going to give you as a 4 at that point is pretty great. And not only that, that now moves you into that 5th spot of having some flexibility for wherever you want to go. Do you want to give Flex in a contract extension? Do you want to just count on Hancock coming up? But Marco's obviously not the long-term answer there, and he's not anything great. I'll give you that. I didn't have high expectations for him and what I thought, he was going to be. He's a guy that's got to spot his pitches, and occasionally he's going to get battered around because he doesn't have overpowering enough stuff to really go out and challenge hitters in that way. You could definitely upgrade that Fraternal, but it's more for me just expectations with Marco. I never thought he was going to be anything super dynamic. And Robbie, I'll give you a little disappointment with it, but I think just have faith with Robbie, and I think when we look at this deal within a couple of years from now, we'll feel overall happy with his addition to this ball club. Crawford bats the ball down there on the ground, and that will be a quick out from 3rd to 1st. 1 man down here in the top of the 8th. Risbo Turbide says Abraham Turo. Love that guy. He's clutch. It's very clutch. Flavor on Deck says, what a beast. Yeah, Sewald is a beast. Big Country says Ray's stats outside of facing the Astros have been very good. I've got, in watching, sometimes the results in baseball don't always fit to what you're doing up there as a pitcher goes. Robbie got batted around in his last start against the Astros. No doubt about it. That was on him. The first one, though, he had bad luck in that start where he got battered around the previous start. He was putting pitches in good spots that hitters were hitting hard. He was having guys hit balls to places where runners weren't. It wasn't necessarily him just, quote unquote, pitching bad per se. And I think as he rounds out through the rest of this year, he'll settle into a guy that gives you, again, he won't be maybe a tour top of the rotation starter type, but a guy that's a way better than average starting pitcher in this league. A guy that can give you well over 200 innings, a bulldog out there on the mound. And again, if I start to talk about him being as a number 1 guy, I don't like that. But if I talk about him being as a number 4, a number 5 guy in my rotation, hard for teams to put that good of a number 4, no matter who they are in their rotation. Part of the reason why I think this is going to be a bedrock of this franchise going forward, being the starting rotation. But that's a great point, Big Country. Risbo Turbide says, do I keep Adam Frazier? If he continues to turn around and give us more of what we've seen lately, I don't expect him to hit 300, but if I can get a second baseman that can hit 280 with some speed, and the defense can be a little bit more consistent at times, when he's on, when it's off, but it's a little bit of the cost, I guess. I'm open to it, but I don't, and again, it's cost, and I need to see the consistency through the rest of this year. That ball's hit hard by Lewis, but right at the shortstop for out number 2. Blistered there by Lewis. Just right at somebody. Tough luck there. Oh, so I think it's a little early to make that assessment. I'm open to it if he can stay on this pathway. You don't have anybody in the minors that's sitting on deck necessarily to take over for him at second. Fraternal Cloud says, I think I like Flexen better than Marco at the 5. I do too, Fraternal Cloud. I think this with where you'll round this out eventually is, that would be even this year, that's where you eventually go, depending on if you end up shutting down, of course, Kirby or not. If Kirby's on a pitch count and you're going to shut him down August 20th, then you're probably getting both Flexen and Marco's still in the rotation throughout the course of the year. But if you're not, then I'm okay with, especially with when you look at the bullpen, first pitch, bad strike there on Raleigh. And I think the ump's got a little bit of an issue with Raleigh because Raleigh kind of chirped at him last time when he had that last bad call when he was up there. But that pitch was low, low, low. Second pitch swinging, fouled, 0-2. Ethan Techworld, will you be streaming Castillo versus Cole matchup tomorrow? I think I'm going to be due to do the Seahawks game stuff tomorrow, my guy. Check the time on it. O2 pitch here to Cal. Abreu in throwing for the Yankees now, the flamethrower. So we have the Yankees at 10:05 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. I probably got some normal work I got to get out there and get to doing, Ethan, but I'm open to maybe doing it. I'd like to do it, but at 10 a.m. might be tough for me. I usually got a ton of work I got to get through, and I got to still stream tomorrow at 5 on the Seahawks channel side of things. So 1-2 delivery now, low. Good job by Cal here to draw this into a 2-2 count. Had a tough first pitch strike. Got himself into an 0-2 hole, kind of find his way out of it here. Abreu consistently hitting 100 miles an hour here in this at bat. Cal steadies himself. Low, 3-2. Marvelous at bat here by Cal. But I do agree with you, Fraternal, in that I would go all day, all night Flexen over Marco. Flexen's been good. I really like the way Flexen's come on this year. I don't know if I'd give him a contract at the end of the year because I think he's going to make too much with somebody else, but he's been good. 3-2 pitch here to Cal. Swing and hit up into the air. Deep, deep, deep. And left fielder is on it there. Center fielder was running like that was going to be a problem. Left fielder was all cash. Like, I got this. What are you running so hard for? Kind of smiles at him after he makes the catch. Oh, Wash Visquash, thank you for reminding me that. If you do like what you're listening to, folks, please do me a favor if you could. Hit that like button. It does help me show up when people search for other Mariner fan challenges. Any baseball searches out there, I'll show up when you guys hit that like button and say, hey, this is a video that's pretty cool. You should show it to other people. Devin says Mariners acquire left-handed pitcher Kurt Casals from the Giants. He's just a rotation. He gives you some rotation insurance. So if you needed to move, let's say you wanted to move prematurely here. Okay, let's walk through this. Let's say Kirby gets shut down. You want to move Marco maybe to the pen. You bring in Kurt to be your starter or go vice versa with Kurt and Marco. But certainly as we've seen with this bullpen lately, we've been taxing them pretty hard. We did good through the first half of the year. Starters got pretty deep into games pretty consistently, but we're starting to work them good. And that means we're going to need reinforcements into the ranks here because these guys will get wore out if we stay at the same kind of pace. And Gilbert only got through a 5 1/3 inning here today too as well. Hopefully Castillo can go in and put some innings in tomorrow because this team could desperately use it. But Kirk gives you a little bit of insurance there for your starting rotation, Devin. If there's an injury, if there's anything like that, you've got another guy you can bring in there who's at least serviceable. Big Country says should do good versus the Angels, even with injuries. Agreed, Big Country. We should be able to get on them. Should be a winnable series against them. Oh, Matthew Boyd. I was wondering, Devin, you're throwing me off. Yeah, Kurt was the catcher, right? Yeah, catcher's the bad. So Matthew is. I'm still getting confused. There's 3 names added. So we got the starting pitcher insurance. We got the catcher backup for Raleigh to be better than Torrens, and then we got the Lamb guy to be both. I think a left fielder, third base combo. Gives you a left-handed bat when you want to go left-handed heavy against if you get a guy like Verlander, a dominant right-handed pitcher, maybe you can stack in more of a lineup of lefties and have a little bit more of a chance. Eric Swanson comes out now with 32 appearances, 1.16 ERA. Opponents hitting 196 against him this year. 31 innings, 39 strikeouts, and 6 walks. Been one of the stalwarts for these Mariners out of the pen. Travis Janikowski comes out to play center field. Obviously a bit of a defensive replacement here at this time of the game. I know Janikowski can, I know he's rangy, but can he kick? Does he got a big leg? There can only be so many Janikowskis in this world, right? It's got to be related to the former Raider NCAA kicker. First pitch here by Swanson. Swing and a miss. Little splitter there. I love the splitter. Such a fun pitch. So many less people throw splitters than they used to back in the 90s and early 2000s. It was really becoming a prominent pitch and just sort of, I keep coming back to, I've heard it's the injury situation with it that caused it because it can put a stress on the arm like nobody else. Inside there to Matt Carpenter, 1-1. And as said before, if you can get through Carpenter, Donaldson, and Benintendi here in this inning, then you're facing the bottom of the lineup through the back half of the 9th inning. Tall order. Carpenter's no easy out. High, 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Ethan says, no pressure. Excited to watch our new guy tomorrow. Also go Hawks, of course. I'm going to the Mariners versus Angels on Friday. Ooh, nice, Ethan. Then Saturday, I'm going to the scrimmage training camp at Lumen. Ooh, we might have to have you get some. I need you to get some video for me, Ethan, of the practice and send me some. Don't think they let you take video actually. So if they let you take video, take some video, send it on in. Give us some cuts for the Hawks Nest. And Carpenter fouls off a tough little splitter there. 2-2. Nobody out. Top of the 8th. Mariners up 7-6. Carpenter steps in. Waves the bat. Digs in here. Swanson gets set. 2-2. A couple times here that ball's just kind of gotten lost out of his hand a bit. He goes all the way to 3-2 now here. Sure do not want to walk opening batter here of this inning. Hunter Williams says, what a meh deadline. Yeah, not a lot of action. Not a lot of action. I don't know if there was a lot of guys available, really, at the end of the day. And that is a walk. Boy, tough start here by Swanson. As I've said, everybody but Sewald, even in the bullpen starting rotation lately, you watch him come in. This really jumped out to me in the Astros series. You saw your guys coming out of the bullpen, and they just didn't have their control. I don't know if not enough warm-up pitches or too many warm-up pitches, but wildly missing in the zone. And two or three of those pitches were nowhere near anywhere close by Swanson. And this brings up a very dangerous Josh Donaldson here. Donaldson hit a home run in the 6th inning off Gilbert. Boy, you do not like that opening walk at all. But I agree, Hunter. It was a bit meh. I do think, though, it was kind of meh because there just wasn't as much sellers out there looking to offload. Jason, you think the Mariners will make the wild card? Jason, I think it's a little bit like Big Country says right below you in his comment. If they can stay healthy and not be decimated by injury, then yes, they will. But that is as straightforward as that seems to be. And as many guys as you're due to get back, right? We don't have any torn ACLs or torn rotator cuffs or broken bones out there. We have guys coming back from these injuries. But if you keep getting kind of massacred at times from the injury standpoint of things, you're not going to get it done. But if they can get back to health here, yes. And that ball is hit. Oh, just to the right of the foul line. Josh just hammered that pitch in the sixth, right over the plate, went right with it. Showed some of that power that he's got. 0-1 here now to him. Devin Martzell says, why take Sewald out? You're not really trying to make Sewald work more than an inning. They're probably going to go to Munoz in the ninth. So he's thinking, I just swing and a miss, runners running. And he will get in there safe. 0-2. They're talking about something. And it looks like they're saying that he foul tipped it. Boy, what a great jump there. Great jump by the base runner there. I guess they are indeed saying he foul tipped that. That's big there because he was going to be safe if not for that foul tip. Donaldson, 13 seasons, hitting .266 with 261 home runs. Very good career for him. That ball is low, 1-2. Ethan says, I'll be sure to report. Scout Ethan checking in. That's right, Ethan. I want some on the field. I want some eyes on the scene. Some nest eyes on the scene. Oh, I think they had batter interference is what they called there because Donaldson's backswing hit the catcher as he was trying to throw the player out at second base. Okay. Got to go back. And Swanson paying a little more closer attention now over to first base. Keep an eye over on him. Very likely to potentially run here on the 1-2 pitch. He's getting bumpy. Outside. Slider misses out. 2-2. Getting nervous here. It's an adventure with some of these. Swanson comes set. 2-2. Runner's going. Swing. Hit high up into the air. Long run for Winker. He's there. Throws it in. Good job, Wink. One down. Right in on the hands there. Donaldson just couldn't do much with that there. Good pitch by Swanson. One man out. Runner on first. So bring Benintendi up to the plate. Benintendi is 0 for 3 in this game with two strikeouts. Runner gets his lead from first. Boy, you know he's wanting to go. He's looking jumpy over there. If I'm Swanson, I'm keeping a close eye. I want to maintain my ability to get this double play ball here. And that runner keeps getting a little bit of an extra. He's pushing the lengths a little bit at times on his lead. First pitch swinging by Andrew Benintendi, and that's knocked foul. 0-1. Ethan says, looked like Winker was going to trip running that fast. Not very fast. Yeah, he does not look comfortable running right now. I don't know if that ankle still giving him a problem from stepping on the base a week and a half ago, but he certainly is. He's running a little gingerly out there. He's kind of got that old man run to him a little bit. 0-1. Swanson looks in. High. When Swanson's missed here, he has missed well out of the zone. Mariners have turned 3 double plays tonight. Definitely have gotten themselves out of trouble. Hunter Williams says, even with all these injuries, we still have the easiest strength of schedule remaining. What a great point, Hunter. One that I've echoed over the last couple of live streams that I've done here, saying, you got to factor that in as well, is that you're getting healthier. You got Castillo brought in. 1-1 delivery here from Swanson. Ooh, right on the black. Does not get the call by Blue. That looked like a very good pitch. And I know right now Raleigh's turned back to Blue saying, you've called closer strikes farther off strikes than that. It was a little bit of a four-seamer running left off the plate back into it a little bit. So it might have ran a little bit around that plate. 2-1 here. Back over at first, keeping him close. But Hunter, that's what I take all of that into account. And you really do need to, if you're a Mariner fan and you want to get excited, or you're looking for a reason for excitement through a little bit of this rough patch with the Astros and yesterday against the Yankees, go look at that schedule going through the rest of the year. Go look at the last 14 games of the season. And you're going to see that there's a lot of winnable games there and not a lot of tough opponents. Pitch is in, knocked high and foul. This will take it to 2-2. 94-mile-an-hour fastball there, just on the outside part of the plate. But it really should get you encouraged, Hunter. It really should. You can easily go 700 plus in your remaining games, win-loss wise, with the way the schedule sets. The key is health. Get the hitters back. Get Julio. Get Ty. Get Hangier as those 3 centerpiece guys there, and you're good to go. I think you're good to go to make that final run. 2-2 here. Runner gets his lead. Throw over there. He was looking like he was going to go. Swing and a miss. 95-mile-an-hour fastball well out of the zone high. Gets him to swing. Nice strikeout there. 2 down. Benintendi with 3 strikeouts in this game, causing many Yankee fans to pull out their hair. Nitro Hawk says, why do you think people like Freddie Swain so much? I see it with certain players, Nitro, and I don't always have an explanation for it, but certain players, and the Mariners are going to make a change in the bullpen here. Serpus calling out another right-handed arm. There's just guys that people will fall in love with, and you really can't tell them differently once they like them. It's like if people like a movie and you hate the movie, you never are going to be able to talk a person in who loves a movie into not liking it. You can maybe talk somebody into not liking a movie then into liking it if they can look at it from a different viewpoint or whatnot. And with Freddie, he just has his people that like him for whatever reason. I don't quite get it myself, but I've had a few interactions with folks in the chat on this. I've tried to provide backing as to why he's not a good receiver in this league and why you can do better. Even as a number 4 wide receiver on this team, we can do better. It's part of why when I hear about the reports of good on Marquise Goodwin, I'm hoping, yes, we need to improve the number 4 wide receiver position on this team. And that's a real easy place to go clear a very low bar that's been set right now by Freddie. I think last year, Nitro, I saw Pro Football Focus very late in the season. They only rank the top 120 wide receivers. So if you're a receiver 125, 130, you're not on their rankings as far as their presumptive boards. And Swain was like 110 of 120. What are we doing here with him? But I think he's going to be pushed this much in this training camp as much as he has in recent ones where they just haven't had the receivers to really be enough to push him. And this year you do. Bo Melton, Derek Young, Marquise Goodwin, Kay Johnson coming into a second year. I don't think it's just a no-brainer that he absolutely is going to be the guy back there. All right, so Service being active here, playing a little bit of the matchups. You've had Murphy go 2/3 of an inning and get out of it. Sewald go a full inning. Swanson go 2/3 of an inning here. And now we will get Matt Brash out. Interesting that they go away from Swanson here, but he's playing some matchups, I guess. Jason Oss is why they bring in a 6 ERA pitcher in a close game. I don't watch the Mariners. Brash is a little bit of a sample size on his innings in ERA. So he hasn't, I don't think he's had a ton, he's pitched in 12 games. Jason. So you always have to be worried. You got to be careful with the ERAs when you've got such a small sample size. But not been great. Definitely has a little bit of a trouble with his control. 29 strikeouts, but 22 walks in only 27 innings, almost averaging a walk an inning. So that he really does. Where we're going to watch with him today, as I've talked about with all these Mariner relievers coming in, where's their control? Are they struggling to find it right from the jump, or are they able to go after these hitters really early in the count? You're in the bottom of this order right now. You need to go after this lineup. And he does just that. First pitch swinging with Jose Trevino. Knocked foul. I like it. Be aggressive here. If this is the top of the lineup, this Judge, this Rizzo, I get being careful with those guys. And that was a dangerous pitch, by the way, because he did kind of hang that one up a bit. Service. Scott Service. 0-1 here. Did I say something different than Scott? I might have said something different than Scott. I meant Scott Service. He says, I know why. I know why. It's because the defenses completely forget about him and he's wide open with no defender inside and garners touchdowns. It's pretty much what he gets, yeah. People just completely forget about him and double team our other guys and like, oh, they'll never throw at that guy. He never gets open. And then they throw at him. All right, 0-1 delivery here from Brash. Ball goes down into the dirt. This will allow the runner to get to second. Tying runner is to second now. Come on, Matty. Don't overthrow it. Just trust your stuff. This thing is like you don't have to zip this thing from the back end. Like just, yeah, you can see him over accentuated that delivery there, trying to just overthrow it. That's where trouble happens. 7-6 Mariners here. Bottom of the eighth, 2 outs. 1-1 count on Jose Trevino. Here is the, swing and a miss. Nasty slider there off the plate. Jose did one of those half-hearted mid-swings where he didn't even go all the way through with it. Realized halfway into the swing, this thing's going to end up 6 inches off the plate. All right, come on now, Mr. Brash. It would be very brash of you to get a strikeout here. Come set 1-2. Runner on second. Payoff pitch. Another slider, a little overthrown outside. 2-2, trying to get him to chase. Come on, Matt. Come on, Matty. Come after him here. Come after him. Again, back to the backstop by Brash. Again, an overthrow of the pitch. As I said, coming in, the issue with this kid is control. Get out there to him, Cal. Talk to this kid here. Come on. Trust your stuff, kid. You're pitching to the bottom of the lineup. Trust your stuff. This is not where they're going to harm you. This is where you need to make them beat you on it. But you can see on these pitches, I can tell he's trying to torque back on these throws and give it just a little bit of extra sugar magic. Don't need that extra sugar magic. 3-2 pitch. Here's the delivery. Oh, buckles him at the knees. Knuckle curve ball. Strike 3. Brash coming through. Atta-way. Atta-way, big dog. Woo. Woo is right. Woo. Is very right. Big strikeout. Big time K there to get Trevino. The awesome part about this as well is now this sets up the 9th inning for you, where you're going to get for the Yankees when you do come back to the other side of it, you're going to get their 8th, their 9th, and their 1-hitter. You can get through the rest of this game without having to face Aaron Judge in a 1-run game. That's very, very big here at this point. So huge K there. There you go. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do, Brash. That'll do. Big country, we do need some insurance. We do need some insurance. And we've got Hangier, Sebastian Janikowski, and Frazier coming up. Oh, goodness. Let's go. It's going to get exciting here. We got to go Munoz, bottom of the 9th, right? It's Munoz time. What a game this would be by this Mariner bullpen if you could close out the last 3 2/3 inning with no run baseball to preserve this win after Gilbert got 6. Gave up 6. Truffle says, phew, Brash had me sweating, but he came up clutch. 3 wildly overthrown sliders or knuckle curves on that at bat. So a lot of reason to have a little bit of worry there, especially again, because that order turns over on you. That order turns over on you real soon. And you start talking about getting in the 9th, and I got to face Judge, Rizzo, Donaldson. I don't want any part of that. They've already beat us up pretty good in this game. All right, here we go. Ethan says, calculus being a leader mentor for Brash. Love it. Hell yeah. He's got a good live arm. He's just got to find a way to get a little more accurate. The Mariners over the next couple games, of course, we're off on Thursday after tomorrow's game, and then back Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I will be streaming, it looks like, on I might be streaming on all. No, I won't be streaming on Friday, but we'll be back on Saturday, and I'll be streaming probably on Sunday too, most likely. Then we get the Yankees back at home. Tim Locastro for the Yankees out in right field now. A lot of defensive replacements out there for them. Haggerty up at the plate. Haggerty, of course, hitting from the right side in his last at bat. Drove a home run, a line drive home run over the fence to put the Mariners up 7-6. That is how we have most recently arrived here. Haggerty hitting .296 on the year with 3 home runs and 9 RBIs. Been a very good player for this Mariner team. Also a great fielder for them. 1-0. Again, that will be low. Mariners have done a great job. Part of the reason you've generated 7 runs today has been your willingness to take pitches and get deep into counts. Draw walks. That type of thing. 2-0 delivery here. Thinks he got him to swing there. He did. Boy, that's a brutal one, then, my guy. You're 2-0. Get to 3-0. Get yourself on. You did good on the first 2 pitches, and then they got him to bite there. It's like, Abreu's tough. That pitch gets on you fast with him. That ball hit up onto the ground. It's going to be a tough play for the shortstop. No chance. It's one of those balls like Ichiro used to hit, where it's nothing special, but it ain't hit right at the fielder. The fielder's got to come at least 3 or 4 steps to his side to get to it. The ball doesn't have a lot of carry to it, and you're just giving that runner a couple extra steps to get there, especially from the left-handed side of the plate, where the left-handers always get about a head start of about a foot or 2 over what the right-handers get out the box. So Haggerty on. 7th multi-hit game this season. It's going to be hard to keep this kid out of the lineup if he's going to keep hitting like this. And that is going to bring up Janikowski here. Guy was taken over for Toro in this game. Let's see if he does a bunt, and he does show bunt for a ball. Janikowski's got some flowing locks out the back of that helmet. Nate McBride, love your streams. Thanks for keeping us posted. My pleasure, Nate. I'm loving doing this, my man. So thanks for tuning in and watching. You're awesome. Libra Dragon says Ham. That's right, Ham Haggerty. Got to call him by his correct name, don't I? He's the ham for us today. Nitro says, what range do you think DK Metcalf will retire at for wide receivers all time? Good question. 1-0 pitch here to Travis. I'll answer it in just a second. I'm thinking about it. Travis steps out. And the umpire did not give him the call for time. They are going to call it a pitch, and that's 2-0. The pitcher did miss outside. I wonder if Janikowski's stepping out there sort of threw the pitcher off in his rotation, because he's in the middle of his windup, and then Janikowski just sort of steps out. If you're trying to bunt here, this is a good pitch to bunt on 2-0. Pitcher's probably going to have to throw a fastball here. And that being the case, you're easier to bunt that than is sometimes these sliders that are running right in on your hands. Especially that Abreu, who's got such explosive stuff. 2-0 here to Travis. Ooh, 99-mile-an-hour fastball. I don't know, folks. What do you think on that one? That was a little I was a little on the, I don't know. It's close. It's close. Pitch that you could probably have bunted if you're Janikowski. 2-1 now. Keeping Haggerty close over the first base side. So Nitro Hawk, I think he'll retire probably somewhere in the range of probably around 10,000 yards receiving. He said he only wants to do 10 years as a career. So I'll say, let's say 11,000. Let's go a little higher than that. Let's say he averages a little better than 1,000 yards over a 10-year career. So let's go 11,500 yards and 110 total touchdowns. How about that for my DK prediction? All right, 2-1 here to Janikowski. Let's see if he continues to show bunt. He does indeed. Gets it down, but knocks it foul. 2-2. Big Country says, I'm tempted to say Haggerty is better than Winker. I think we're far enough into this beyond of a sample size sampling of what Haggerty's given us to say that that indeed is the case. He gives you a much better glove than Winker in the outfield. And from a power number standpoint, is Winker giving you substantially more power numbers despite the fact he has way more at-bats? I don't think so. And quite frankly, I would say we need less of the low average, every once in a blue moon, I'll give you power guys in this lineup and more guys that can hit into more of that 290 range with great defense. Just as far as a mix in this lineup. Nice job by Janikowski. Not swinging there. Draws a ball. So we got a 3-2 count here now. Yankees at the corners are up on the grass, playing straight away. Up the middle. Interesting to see the third baseman playing so far and first baseman up. They must be anticipating here that Janikowski is still going to be bunting 3-2. Almost would have Janikowski swing away if you've got the corners playing in that close. It's not going to take a hard hit ball to get it past them at that point. And he bounces it foul there. You probably also have Haggerty running here 3-2, right? Even though you're no outs. Probably would be pretty smart to have him run. See if they do it. Here's the pitch. Ooh, another pitch looked low. Boy, Abreu got the benefit of 2 calls in that at bat. Both of those borderline. You probably got to swing at it if it's close, but that's pretty far out of the zone there. That's legitimately pretty far out of the zone. I'm not going to be mad at Janikowski for not swinging at that, and Yankees got a little bit of benefit of the call here on that at bat. That should have been ball 4. Started screwing us late last night too, Spectre 7. Well, that's, 2 and 1 at bat. That's for a 9-hitter that you don't want to let get on with nobody out under any circumstances, right? I can't believe he called that a strike either. That was ridiculous. That was easily 2.5 inches below the bottom of the strike zone. So Adam Frazier up to the plate now with 1 man down. Frazier has had a really nice game. Single, 2 walks, stolen base, 2 runs. Just what you want to get out of the top of the lineup, right? This is what you want from your leadoff guy. Blind ump is right. That was ridiculous. Might have been the worst. He was solid through the most of this game, and it's getting worse as it's going along. I'm just getting a little sleepy. Low, back to the backstop. That will allow Haggerty to get up into second base and into scoring position. Well, that'll do. It's not a bunt, but it'll do. That'll do. Runner should be on second and third. That's right. Let's see if the ump gives him any kind of borderline calls on this at bat to Frazier. All right. One man down. Mariners up 7-6 here in the top of the ninth. Frazier in the top of the lineup just turned over here. Abreu comes set 1-0. Strike. 100-mile-an-hour fastball right at the midpoint of the plate. Frazier's last 27 games hitting .309, .361 slugging percentage, .694 OBS. 2 doubles and a home run. Giving you some production from that second base. 1-1 delivery here from Abreu now. Swing and knocked foul. 1-2. Just Tag says, this is a football question, but what happens to the Dolphins draft picks? Do they just skip over them in the draft? Yes, it's like they don't exist when they have draft picks taken away. They just suddenly go from existing to not existing. So you as a ball club just pick one pick sooner as opposed to another team getting that pick. 1-2 delivery inside. Another 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Abreu hitting 100 on that gun all night long here. 2-2 now. He has worked quite a bit in this game. Mariners definitely getting into this Yankees bullpen a bit, as they have into ours. 2-2. Haggerty on second. Abreu with the pitch. Low. Ball 3. 3-2. Another Mariner batter in this game doing a great job of just driving up the pitch count here on this Yankee team. Very good job. You got 98 pitches out of Talion, 18 out of Lutage. Efros had 11. Abreu had 30. You've almost caused this team to damn near get up to 200 pitches in this game when it's going to be all said and done. Well done by this Mariner lineup. 3-2 delivery here to Adam Frazier. Haggerty getting his lead, trying to play some mind games with Abreu. He is working. Abreu taking his time. Fought off the hands. That'll get into center field. That's a base hit. On in to score is Haggerty. And Adam Frazier continues to light it up here. Running a hot streak. Didn't do a ton with it. Fought it right off his hands. Didn't have a lot of pop. Wasn't on a line. Looked like the second baseman might have a chance to catch up to it as he was sprinting to try to catch that ball out of the air, but just went just outside of the reach of his glove into center field, easily allowing Haggerty to score from second base, and the Mariners play a little bit of tack on. I like tack on. Tack on. Tack on. Tack on, Mariners. Let's go. Clutch is right, Liba Dragon. How about Frazier, man? How about Frazier? Frazier. Got that batting average pushing up now to near 250. As I've said, get excited about this lineup for the future of what it could be here into the depths of this month. Picture, if you will, Hangier in left, Lewis back and running at DH. Julio back out there in center. Ty over at first base. Imagine all that together. Frazier hitting 280 to 300 for you at the second base spot. Haggerty giving you some fill-in over on the side. To me, again, this is a lot more. You look at this lineup and you go, okay, well, it's not dangerous at all right now. There's kind of a dangerous lineup when you kind of give it the full look through at that point. Oh, there's less weak links in the lineup at that point. James Black says, great piece of hitting by Frage. Fantastic piece of hitting. As Ethan says as well, situational hitting. You know, you have a lot of strikeouts in this lineup at times. And as I've said, you sometimes just get the bat on the ball and good things will happen. Not even the barrel of the bat on the ball. Just get the bat on the ball and good things will happen. As opposed to swinging from the back of your heels and operating from within, let's say, a 2-strike count like you would operate from a 0-strike, 1-strike count where you feel like you got a little bit more room to play with. And rather than that, didn't try to do too much with this. Just a good, solid, level swing. And gets just enough on it. Oh, the Yankee second baseman almost got out there. a lot of range on that Yankee second baseman. He's kind of a big, awkward dude playing second base. Kind of an abnormal looking guy out there. Who do they have? Who is that? Yeah. I mean, boy, he looks a little bigger than you normally have out there. I know he's a leadoff guy for them, but he was a little slow looking on that one. So they've got a Jose Trevino and they've got a Lou Trevino. Wow. Okay. Lou Trevino comes out here for the Yankees. He's been with Oakland for most of this year. 39 games, 6.47 ERA to take on Winker. Winker had a pretty tough day here at the plate. He has been able to draw a walk, but he's left 3 runners on and a strikeout. Seen his average here crater down to 227. Runner on first. Mariners up 8-6, 1 man down. Refuse to lose, baby. That's right. Soto Mojo time, Flavor. Soto Mojo. Fraternal Cloud says if Winker picked it up and we get healthy, this lineup is dangerous. I agree, man. And we don't even need him to hit what he did with Cincinnati last year at 324 home runs and that kind of pace. I just need you to hit up to your baseball card. Just hit 275. You imagine taking up from 227 to 275 and what he could give you in the lineup with just that alone? 1-1 pitch here to Winker. Swing and a miss on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside part of the plate. Even a pitch like that, though, I do wonder with, again, just too much of an uppercut in his swing at times. Everything with him is being popped up. Everything's being kind of just a lazy fly ball to left or right field. I keep coming back to if that swing's got a little bit too much of an uppercut to it at times. That pitch was right on. You can see on the pitch tracker here, that was right on the mid part of the plate. 1-2 pitch, swings right up over the top of this. This might be a double play. Can't quite pull it off, but they do get the first out there at second base with Frazier. 2 men down now. Winker continues to struggle. 4 men left on base today for Winker. Why is he hitting in the top of the lineup anymore? I don't understand. He continues to be put at the top of the lineup, and I don't quite understand. I know you're working on a less lineup today. I would have more. I'd almost more at this point put Raleigh up there. It's tough. The lineup's not in good shape today, so there wasn't really a good answer on who you should put where. You're rolling thin. You're rolling dirty today. When you're rolling dirty, it's gonna be dirty. Libra Dragon says we got here with 2 great at bats. We did, guys, with 2 great approaches in how they went about their business. First pitch, 95-mile-an-hour fastball to Eugenio Suarez is a strike at the knees. The Dragon grumbles at the umpire. This umpire trying to go home early. Yeah. Oh, these are 2 good pitches here. Those are 2 strikes here to out the gate here to Eugenio. That's a good slider there. Gets him to bend a little bit. Eugenio's had a good game here, 2 for 3. Including a home run, lead things off, start things off. Almost swings at that, but holds up. 1-2. Suarez taking a long time here to think about what he thinks this next pitch is going to be. I kind of bet that they're going to come back with that slider again. Nice low slider here and try to keep it out of his power wheelhouse. I don't think he's got the guts to throw a fastball. And he did. Wow. And a horrible call by the umpire again. Horrible. And I mean, the last 2 innings, there's been about 5 pitches that the pitch tracker has had easily 3 inches off the plate that the umpire has wildly missed on. I could only hope in the next inning that Munoz gets the benefit of those same calls. Fraternal Cloud says, I have a feeling Kelenick's going to be a bust. Now would be the best time to trade him. I mean, if he's going to end up a bust, you could have made the argument if the Mariner organization does truly believe that's where he's going to go, that there's not going to be any assets going forward at that point. So now indeed would be the best time if that truly is the trajectory for his career, Fraternal. The other part of that, though, is that if you were looking at moving Jared Kelenic right now, you are moving him at his lowest value state in his entire professional career. So the question comes in, what is his worth in Major League Baseball? What are you bringing back? You're not going to get even an elite bullpen arm in return for him right now. So what do you get? What is the potential that you can get as a return there? And I don't think that there was a lot that you're going to get back at that point. Versus trying to see if maybe he can shake off this tough road that he's had trying to get to the major league level and see if he can return back to being a good player. He's only 23 years old. I mean, to say he's a bust right now, it's not like he's terribly old as a player. There's been guys that have taken some time to get through their period. Leodas Taveras, right, with the Texans was this kind of way. The Rangers, take a little bit of time, finally now starting to round in the player he is. Sometimes you can be rewarded for having that patience. I just think I don't like trading a guy when he's at his lowest value. You're just not getting much back out of him at that point. I don't know what you could get for him here. He's looked at least overmatched at the major league level. All right, folks, here we go. 9th inning. Munoz, our flamethrower, comes out the pen now. You're going to get 8-9-1 on the Yankees lineup. 8-9-1. Munoz in 40 games this year with a 3.10 ERA. Opponents hitting .210 off of him. He's got 59 strikeouts in 40 2/3 innings and only 9 walks. Struggled in his last appearance. I believe it was against the Astros. So we got here. Big Country says probably a bust, but I'd wait another year or two. Yeah, I think you could be right on that too, Fernando Cloud. He may just be what he is at this point. But 23 is still fairly young. There has been a bit of a past in baseball history of guys taking a little bit of extra time to get themselves underneath them and figure out what to do, especially now when we consider with hitters coming up. Major League Baseball has an issue right now league-wide with hitters coming along and developing and consistency through the lineups. Everybody's having that issue, even this Yankees ball club that can tear the cover off the ball. First pitch, slider, strike at the knees to Isaiah Kiner Falefa. So you got to kind of bring that, I think, into account too, and that, hitters coming up or might take a little bit of extra time hitting's become more and more of a sweet science, more of a harder and harder to do. Pitchers are throwing with better and better stuff. A little high there on ball 2, 100-mile-an-hour fastball goes high. But you could end up being right on this one, man. And as Big Country said, he had a good run last September. He was tearing the cover off in AAA for the most part. Munoz 1-1 delivery, swing, knocked foul, 1-2. Boy, if you can get 2 quick outs here that turn over to the top of that lineup. Judge is your 4th man up in this inning. Isaiah Kiner is 2 for 3 in this game with 2 singles. Munoz comes set. Time. All right, here we go. 1-2 delivery here to Kiner. Outside slider, ball 2. Okay, don't get nibbly. It's getting a little peckish. Don't do those little bird beak pecks on that outside of that corner. Get in there now. You got 100 miles an hour. Make them hit that thing. 102, fouls it off. Nice job to foul that tough pitch off in on the hands. Two now. Isaiah steps in here. Wiggles that bat. Swing, hit hard, but foul down the line. Isaiah Kiner's getting timed up on that fastball. That's about the 4th or 5th one straight that he's thrown him here. We'll see if Munoz is willing to come back with a slider and risk going 3-2 on this count if he misses. He's been a little more accurate here right out the gate with his fastball than he has his slider. Comes set, 2-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. Indeed, he did come back. Is he throwing that slider 93 miles an hour? Jesus. Good luck. Good luck getting a 93 mile an hour slider. But indeed, he threw it. I like coming back that way. You saw off that last hit, Isaiah really got some solid contact on that 100 mile an hour fastball where he just sort of flicked it out there into the seats, but he's just trying to put the bat on the ball. He knows he doesn't have to do much with that 100 mile an hour fastball. So Munoz recognizes, comes back to the slider. Good stuff. All right, Hicks is up now. Hicks 0 for 3 in this game. Takes strike 1 right at the knees. 102 miles an hour by that pitch by Munoz. Munoz does have huge upside. It's our closer of the future right there. Inside, if not the now. Ball 1. That was nice, Big Country. It's a filthy pitch. Sliders are usually got, 88, 87. Maybe you can get up to 89. You're pumping a slider in it at 93 and trying to recognize that off of the difference of a fastball. It's so hard to pick up that pitch. Ooh, strike. Got him to swing. There we go. Boy, Hicks has got to be kicking himself on that one. That pitch wasn't close. Oof. Boy, the ump didn't even check on that one. Usually you'd check. That was kind of borderline. All right, 1-2. One man out. Aaron Hicks here has left 3 runners on base here so far today. 9th hitter in the Yankees lineup. Swing and a miss on another one of those 92 mile an hour slider specials on the outside part of the plate. 2 men down. Let's go. Let's go. That was sexy. It's a big, sexy slider right there by Munoz. That's got some tassels on it, if you know what I mean. Slider's got a couple tassels on it. Woo, 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 woo. All right, Yankees go back to the top of the order. Aaron Judge looming on deck. DJ LeMahieu up at the plate. First pitch swinging, hits it hard down the line, and that will be fair. He is held on first, and Judge is indeed going to get a bat. Danger, danger. All right, Mariners are up by 2 here. DJ LeMahieu gets on base, first pitch swinging. Aaron Judge comes up on the ability to tie this game. Power on power. Now it gets interesting is right, Libra. Great piece of hitting there by LeMahieu, similar to the approach that we were seeing Isaiah Kiner take, which is that I'm not going to get this bat around. I'm just going to throw the barrel of the bat on the ball and try to hope something good happens with it being a 102 mile an hour fastball. And Munoz got that up a little bit in the zone, which let him get a little bit more of an ability to drive on it. Great job by, I believe it was Haggerty out there in right field to get that ball tracked down and keep it to a single. But indeed, your worry now is the home run ball. Is the Aaron Judge clearing this out? Hit himself a monster shot yesterday, leading the major leagues with 43 home runs. He's drawn 2 walks today, 0 for 2. You've got to be careful here. First pitch, slider, down and away, ball 1. One-oh, here we go. Munoz looks in, shakes off the first sign. He says, I want to go dead red here, baby. Let me see if he can hit this 102 mile an hour fastball. Throws another slider off the plate. Same pitch as the last one, 2-0. Boy, this ain't a hitter you want to go 2-0 on. Almost would consider walking him here, even though that would put 2 runners on and bring up the winning runner at the plate and not be probably the smartest approaches. But boy, do I not like going after this guy at 2-0. Come on now. You got to spot this guy. He's going to be free swinging. Do not let it get up in the zone, and goes low on it, 3-0. Aaron Judge, the most dangerous hitter in all of baseball, up at the plate. Aaron Munoz, the most power arm in this bullpen that the Mariners got. Strength on strength. Judge has got a hitter's count 3-0, and there's no doubt about it. You better believe there's a big fat green light. He can swing whenever he wants and swing for the fences to try to tie this game up in one big swing. Strike, 103-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle of the kitchen. Judge was taken. Interesting to see him take there. Try to maybe just get the winning runner on, I guess. Get a winning runner up the plate. Trust what you can get out of Rizzo. 3-1 now here to Judge. 2 men out. That ball is going to bounce up, and that will draw a walk. Munoz pounds his thigh with his glove, frustrated. And that will bring up the winning runner to the plate. And one, Mr. Anthony Rizzo. Mariners are up 8-6 in this ball game. The bullpen has been rock solid in this game. Everybody doing their part. 6 runs of the Yankees, all coming off of Logan Gilbert through 5 1/3 innings. And Anthony Rizzo steps up to the plate already with a home run on the day. Rizzo has been a little bit of this common kind of hitter that you get in the minor major leagues. Feast or famine. All or nothing. What can Munoz do with that? Lefty on righty. First pitch by Munoz. High. Got to get up on these guys. You've got 103-mile-an-hour stuff just down the zone. Like, don't mess around. I can get it with Judge here, but now let's go back and come on. And that's a good time by Cal Raleigh to come out there and talk to his pitcher, young pitcher. And Crawford telling him the same thing I just did. You can see why I'm being demonstrative. The players, the infielders come over and say the same thing to him. What are you doing? If they beat you on hitting the ball and swinging it, then let them hit you and beat you on that. You got amazing stuff. Trust your stuff. Stop playing around. Stop testing around. Stop being tentative with this. You're dominant. Go out there and show them it. I love that by the infielders in Raleigh. They're taking that moment to come out there and talk to Munoz. It's the right call. You can just sense in him a little bit. Little tentativeness here. A little bit of lack of, I'm just going to bite, but I'm not going to bite too hard here. No, bite hard. Let's go. If they beat you throwing a 103-mile-an-hour pitch at the knees and he hits a home run, then so be it. But there comes a point in time here where we're 2 outs in this game and you got to challenge these guys. 1-0 here to Anthony Rizzo. High and a little out of the zone. Guess the ump's not giving us any borderliners, huh? No borderliners for us. All right, Anthony. Gosh, sakes. Some of these Mariner pitchers come out outside of like Seawald. The guys have held it down, but they definitely just cannot find that strike zone. You can just see them just struggling to locate it. And another pitch outside on 101 mile an hour, 3-0. Two outs. First and second. Mariners up 8-6. You know, there is an argument to be made here. You walk him and go to LeCastro as the next guy up. Castro's hitting 240 on the year with no power. I know that loads the bases up. I know that that's not the ideal. And certainly with Munoz not able to find the strike zone, you don't even know if he's going to be able to get in there just on the next batter. But, boy, throwing Anthony Rizzo a 3-0 here with the ability to win this game. Outside ball 4, I don't hate it. He's got to come after this next batter, though. You've got to come after LeCastro. There's nothing to mess around with. I can understand you're being careful with Judge and Rizzo. There's no reason to be that kind of careful here now with I guess they're going to bring in Torres to pinch hit for LeCastro. Libra Dragon says, say it with me, force at any base. That's right. Bases loaded. Mariners are up 8-6. 2 men out. The Yankees will bring out a pinch hitter here. Gleyber Torres. Torres hitting 257 on the year. Munoz up to 21 pitches through this inning. Come on. First pitch. Strike. The ump gives us a ball. There we go. There we go, ump. Even it up a little bit. Even up that justice of the baseball world up a little bit for us tonight. Thank you. 0-1, and boy, did Munoz need the ump to give him a pitch there. Just scuffling, stuttering. Sometimes you just need the ump to give you a pitch. 0-1 here. Strike. 100-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle of the plate. Gleiber was taken. 0-2. All right, 0-2. Does he get nibbly here? Does he come right back at him, folks? Does he get nibbly or come right back at him? Nibbles on the outside with a slider. Ball. 1-2. Bases loaded. The Mariners are up 8-6. 2 men out. Munoz on the hill. Gleiber Torres waving the bat. What do you got for a Munoz here? Can this Mariner team even up this series? Short-handed. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider on the inside part of the plate. And that will be all she wrote. Mariners put this one in the books. 8-6 is your final. Lineup decimated by injury. Holding on a little bit for dear life coming in this game. But these guys picked each other up. The plucky guys in this lineup. Your gritty guys in this lineup. Came through in a big-time way, and what a fun game to watch. That is the heart of this ball club a little bit. You're going to tell me that this team, and I've had certain fights with certain people coming to my chat telling me this team ain't all that much greater. This team's the same old Mariner team, and I keep offering, no, it is not. Not only from a talent standpoint is it have many upgrades across the board than where it's been, but from a resiliency standpoint, from an energy standpoint. I don't know if I'll go fully on to the refuse to lose. I know there are Mariner fans that bristle at the reference back to the mid-90s. But there is a mentality of play with this team that's even gone back to last year that's existed, and maybe the foundation of it was there. The seed was born out at that point, and the roots were beginning to take, and we're starting to see that flower now truly start to sprout this year and bloom. But there's a resiliency of heart within that, and they showed that today. This Yankee lineup gave you 3 home runs. They gave you everything they got in this lineup. You matched them tit for tat. And you did so without Julio. You did so without France. You did so without Mitch Hangier. You did so with Lewis just getting back in the lineup and trying to find himself. It's impressive to see. And it's why I say beyond this series with the Yankees, I look so much more into it with the optimism into this year as we go forward, because this team has shown you so many indicators that they're better than what they've been in the past, that this is a playoff contending team, that this is a team that once they get in the playoffs, guess what? It's all house money. No expectations at that point. A successful season, no doubt. While on the other side of it, Yankees, pressure. The Astros, pressure. We could talk about those additions that those two teams have had over this last couple days leading up to the trade deadline and how that's put them for sure over the top is what many people will tell you. I'm not so certain. Maybe the Yankees have peaked. Maybe they're at their best baseball July 2nd, July 3rd, and that they're not going to be quite that same level throughout the course of the year. We don't know. There's a long period of the season left to go. They'll be a good team. The Astros will be a magnificent team. These will be the top dogs for us to kind of contend with. But if we can just get in that playoffs with this rotation, I can go into an Astros series and I can say, okay, I got Gilbert, I got Castillo, and maybe I got Kirby or Robbie Ray on the third starter there. Say nothing of being able to potentially push Kirby or Robbie Ray then into the bullpen to just increase the arms in the bullpen at that point. You could easily level the playing field with just kind of that starting rotation you bring into a series alone, and anything can happen. What a great game to watch, guys. I hope you had fun with this. This was just an awesome one. The Flames scored the win. Yeah, he did. That was a nice slider on the inside part of the plate, too, for strike 3 there. Biggest moment of Munoz's career? It is. Bright lights, big stage, New York. Everyone watching, needing this game. Team scuffling a little bit, coming off the All-Star break, trying to just grind some of these wins out as they find themselves. You needed him to come through in that moment. You desperately needed it. Just to come away with even one win out of this Yankees series with where we're at from a health standpoint, very, very big. I know one win doesn't mean a whole lot in a baseball season, but In this case, I think it kind of does. Corvette says, hopefully J-Rod comes back this week. I think he'll be another week out. They're going to be a little careful with him. MKA says, where's Ty? Had a little bit of an issue that they had to check on. MRI's cleared. He's going to be back by Friday, is what I'm hearing with him. In Tech World, Haggerty, Frazier, Sewald, Suarez, and Munoz. Those were the guys today. Those were the guys that carried the day today, weren't they? Along with Cal Raleigh as well. But, yeah, they held it down. Boy, you are light-manned right now. Not many teams in this league are dealing with the injury situations like the Mariners have this year. And you've not only dealt with them, you've not only, gotten by despite those injuries, you've been able to succeed despite those injuries. And as I say, that just gives me that much more optimism. If this is what has been the result with no Hangier, with Lewis out of the lineup most of the year, right? With some of the guys in this lineup, like Frazier, starting to hit, who hasn't been hitting. And now, what is it going to look like when you're able to add all that stuff back into it? When you got the full complement, 1 through 9, all the way through, what will that look like? Man, it should get you excited. It certainly does get me excited. And yeah, Big Country, can't forget the big dumper, Cal Raleigh. He put that home run in the seats today. You needed every last one of these runs. Just love the way they played today. They got deep into counts. Those Astros series, both at home and on the road, way too much free swinging, way too much of an inability to take any kind of pitches. And you saw just so much of a better offshoot of that today. Very, very encouraging. MKN, hello from Japan. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Ethan says also went against the situation. Well, and at least he did give Munoz that call on that first pitch ball. Because if Munoz gets a ball out the gate against Gleiber and goes 1-0 there, boy, you're starting to worry a little bit on that line, especially as he's kind of scuttling to find the zone. Sometimes just getting a pitch like that by the ump who gives you a pitch out of the zone can kind of give you a little injection of confidence. We're the World Series champions, MKN? Well, we can hope. We can hope. Stephen Carell says, can the Yankees killer strike again tomorrow night? That's the question. We shall see. We shall see. Tied the series, that's right. Thanks all. Great commentary. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Frazier is coming on for Turner Cloud. Second base, where you've been hitting sub 200 over there. Got your guy up to now 250. That's big. Sometimes remember with this lineup, the injection, it's not just the injection of bats. It's the injection of bats versus the production you've gotten. Winker's hitting down there at 230. If Hangier can come back and hit 280 at marginal power, I'm not saying hit 300, 320, 330. I'm saying 280 with marginal power. That's a vast upgrade over what you've gotten. Julio, when he's in the lineup at center field from a productivity standpoint, is going to be way better than what you get when he's not in the lineup. And I think the same thing is going to be said if Lewis is going to be true when he finally does kind of settle in. I think he's still kind of finding his way and getting settled in. He's having some good at-bats. He's not necessarily getting the good early results of that yet, but he is getting the good at-bats. And I think that he will come along when it's all said and done. And you bring the totals of that all together, and that's where, man, it can really, really start clicking on all cylinders. Y2K says, Haggerty, what a god. What a god. Fraternal Cloud says, I think we're healthy if we're right there with Toronto for the third best team. I agreed. I think we're right there with them, man. And if healthy, to your point, that's the key. If healthy, I think you're right there with them. No reason you're not. Ethan says, big matchup tomorrow. That's right. We got the penultimate game of this series tomorrow with Garrett Cole for the Yankees. Their quote-unquote ace taking the hill up against our new young ace, or not young ace, but new ace in Luis Castillo. So Castillo gets his first matchup tomorrow, 10 a.m. Going to be a fun game. We'll see what our Mems can do. MK says, yes, I'm actually Japanese, but I was born in Seattle. That's why I love the Mariners. Hell yeah, MK. Love having the Crow's Nest be worldwide, my man. Hold it down for us out there in Japan. Hold it down. Avery Sutherland, let's go. Let's go. Oh, that game felt good. All right, well, we will wrap this up today. Another great live stream here. I'm going to continue to keep doing these on the regular if you guys want to keep watching. So we will keep these up and keep them going. I'm also going to be on my Hawks Nest stream tomorrow. I don't know if I'll get up tomorrow at 10 a.m. to do the live stream of the Yankees game tomorrow, but we will be back at it probably on Saturday and Sunday for the next games with the Angels, where I will be probably streaming next if you're looking for a place to come out and check out the games. As always, though, great chat and great talking to you guys in the chat. Great baseball discussion out there. I'm just having a ball being able to do this with you guys. So thanks for jumping in here and enjoying this game with me together. Fun game, one of the funner games to watch this season so far. It's a tough Yankee team. There's no doubt about it. The Astros and the Yankees are a cut above. They are what we are trying to pursue to get towards. And we're taking small little steps to get there, but we are taking those steps forward, and that is so encouraging to see from this Mariner team. There's a lot of baseball left to play. We got reinforcements on the way. We got a young stud pitcher that we get to unveil tomorrow. The sky is the limit. There is no restrictions. Get hyped. Get stoked. Pump a fist tonight. More than anything else, don't you ever forget. Oh, by the way, please hit the like button and subscribe if you're not already. But before that, beyond all that, please don't forget in these moments, I don't have to remind you tonight you're riding high. But I'm going to still remind you. You know I'm going to still remind you. Go M's.